Hello. This rain seems loud. Why am I blushing? Hello. There you go. So, the plan, we have some files to look over. There's 2 videos. There's an incident report, and then there's like the general website, which is here. And if you guys want to look along with me, this is the link. So yeah, so there's the website. The order of operations for today is gonna be, we're gonna watch the first video that was published by the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park account. We're then gonna look and hunt down like some maps and some location information for a general idea of the area. Then we're gonna kind of look around the rest of the website at stuff we hadn't seen yet and just click around and kind of see what we find. Then we're gonna read the disaster report, and then we're gonna do a little more investigation if there's anything we missed or anything that didn't make sense before. And then we're gonna watch the last video that was published by the YouTube account for the Mystery Flesh Pit. I didn't know they had a video. Yeah, they have 2. They're very short. Is it an ARG? It's a very real national park that exists in real life. Not just a cool website or world-building exercise or interesting concept. It's real. Trust me. If you go there, it'll be there. It's real. Okay, let's watch the first video. I'm nervous. I'll pause the rain for now. First VHS tape. Definitely not YouTube. Geobiological Activity Advisory.
The following message is transmitted at the request of the Texas Department of Public Safety, the United States Geological Survey, and the Permian Basin Recovery Corporation. The United States Geological Survey has issued a geobiological activity advisory for the following counties: Cook County, Gumption County, Howard County, Midland County, Sterling County, and 2:18 p.m.
Oh, he's
Central
there.
Daylight Time at 10:48 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Seismic EKG monitoring stations detected muscle contractions originating from the northeastern limb of the Permian Basin superorganism. This event is expected to cause moderate to severe damage to property, utility services, and infrastructure. Residents are advised to seek shelter immediately. If you do not have access to emergency.
He's getting flesh pitted.
With extra batteries and battery-powered radio. During this event, you may experience headaches, nausea, fever, hallucinations, dizziness, mild seizures, temporary changes in vision, reduced or enhanced cognitive ability, limited precognition, memory loss, and muscle cramps. These effects are temporary and will stop once the event has concluded. Do not exit your shelter.
That was a lot of psychological results from like supposedly natural phenomena. Oh. Okay. Nice, Mr. Beast. So, okay. I might want to watch that again later. I was listening to the noises at first, and then my ears kind of tuned into the symptoms because I didn't catch the first couple. But it's like I heard him say headaches, nausea, muscle cramps. Okay, anyway, so now we're gonna look for maps and locations. I think I saw some at the bottom. There's quite a lot of documentation that we get to go through, so we're just gonna have to find a good starting point. It's kind of daunting. It's like a lot of pressure to pick the good place to start. I'm thinking we could do either... hold on. Let's do this one. Okay, so this is the Mystery Flesh Pit. It's located in Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, Texas. issued by the National Park Service, U.S. Department of the Interior. Journey below. Your encounter with the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park begins in the Permian Basin Desert of West Texas. Beyond the familiar surroundings of rugged brush and broad plains is a gateway into another world. Away from sunlight, away from the still ground, away from the comfort of the surface world, lies the sublime wonder and terror of the Mystery Flesh Pit. It is an uncomparable realm of gigantic anatomical formations and extraordinarily introspective voyages deep into the soul of those who venture within. The first tethered oil workers who entered the pit had no idea what to expect, and yet as they slid, crawled, and were swallowed down into the darkness. Today, many wonders of the Mystery Flesh Pit are well known, yet the experience of exploring its depths is every bit as exciting. So, there's an exhaust plant here. I'm not sure what an exhaust plant is. A dilation anchor. Oh, these are all dilation anchors, the things on the walls. Historic ritual grounds. South of, 829 feet south of Visitor Center. That's totally just a coincidence. Support plant, gondola pavilion, visitor center, restroom, caver co-op, IMAX theater experience. This just sounds like a theme park. Gift shop and food concourse, hotel and suites. Oh, they have a Marriott hotel, okay. Nice. Fart plant, sweet. They need a glass walkway like at the Grand Canyon. Yeah, I think what it says here though too, actually, like it has spasm fits, so I think the glass might break. Like, who knows how strong those things get. On occasion, lucky park visitors, may observe a natural phenomenon as fascinating as the flesh pit itself, in what scientists think to be an immune response to continued dilation. Oh, so are they like... Oh, dilation anchor. So they're like grabbing it open. They're goatseeing the pit. The pit entry orifice begins to violently choke and spasm against retaining braces. This impressive display of vigor, which may last as long as 20 minutes, often features otherworldly tectonic carnal moans from deep within the Mystery Flesh Pit, which can be heard for miles in all directions. You can view this exciting spectacle from the outdoor amphitheater near the gondola pavilion. These choking fits usually occur below extensive engineering improvements within the pit. Check at the visitor center for scheduled engineering developments. Due to gastric ejecta from the pit entry orifice, eye protection is recommended when directly viewing a spasm fit. Gastric ejecta. So like poop. Bro, they're literally goatseeing this meat hole. That wasn't even a joke. That's just real. Is it alive? It seems like it if it's spasming, unless it's like a post-death reaction, like rigor mortis or something. But I don't know. It seems like it's alive, because wouldn't it rot if it was dead? Because it's all meat and like flesh, and there's like intestines here. Artist cutaway view. Retaining forceps. Descent gantry, 200 feet, 61 meters below pit edge. Lower visitor center, 1,578 feet below pit entrance. Oh, there's even a telephone down there. Explore the Mystery Flesh Pit. Choose from a variety of guided and unguided tours depending on your time, interest, constitution, and physical ability. Your first stop for any pit tour is the lower visitor center, where park rangers can answer your questions about the flesh pit, and where you may rent specialized gear and equipment. Park rangers may also provide details about special activities and tell you about special ranger-led excursions. Bowels of the Earth Route. The basic tour through the Mystery Flesh Pit is the Bowels of the Earth Route, a 7.85-mile self-guiding stroll through many large and famous features like the Thor's Ribcage, Septum Falls, God's Mistake, and Oyster's Shame. God's Mistake, firstly, is an insane name, and secondly, one of my two cats is named Oyster. They put Oyster in the pit. Oyster's Shame. Highly unusual and immense, the Bowels of the Earth Route is a must-see tour for all visitors to the park. Gondola rides from the surface take you directly into the reinforced lower visitor center, Relatively level, well-lit, completely enclosed trails make this the ideal tour for visitors with walking difficulties or those with small children. Bro, I would not bring my kid into this hole. Do you know when this is supposed to take place? Like, the image kind of looks like 80s. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is there... Hold on, let's scroll quick to the bottom. There's no, like, printing information. If there was, it was actually, like, blacked out. Like, there's a black bar here at the bottom. Because it also sounds kind of like in this intro that people are almost bored with it. Like, it's like a theme park because people are like, whatever, it just exists. The Gumption Giddy Up route is a self-guiding tour available to visitors with limited spelunking and or diving experience. Diving? There's liquid. And in good physical condition. This is a 4.75 mile tour follows the original explorer's route, entering the sand gullet from the base of the lower visitor center. This route descends over 750 feet into the pit, following slippery and narrow flesh tunnels through a large dorsal organ called the trunk. The route circles back to the lower visitor center near the unenclosed restrooms on level 4. Highlights among this route include a desiccated copepod nest, a prehistoric whale carcass, what? The somber circus clown Chimus, and the Fondue Village, a complex maze of wax-like secretions resembling dwelling-sized bone marrow. Oh my god. The 2-hour ranger-guided swallowed whole tour goes through several scenic and undeveloped organ sections, departing from the lower visitor center. The tour descends to the deepest portions of the mapped pit anatomy. Although not as difficult as the Gumption Giddy Up route, this 1-mile tour does require park visitors to descend and later climb an 8-story high, actively peristaltic? Esophageal, sorry, it took me a minute, passage. I know what that means, I don't say a lot of these words out loud till now, so. Reservations are recommended. Contact the park or... Oh, it's a little bit degraded. Contact the park or visit the park website. A separate fee for endoscopic spelunking equipment is charged for this tour. Note, this tour is not recommended to those who suffer from claustrophobia or a fear of being eaten alive. The super rare human fear of being eaten alive. Yeah. Rangers are available throughout the marked trails to help you with information, first aid, and coping mechanisms. That is terrifying. People go down there and actively have, like, mental breakdowns, I guess. All primary facilities within the Mystery Flesh Pit are hermetically enclosed, air-conditioned, and structurally reinforced. Temperatures within unenclosed areas of the pit are normally 98.6 Fahrenheit year-round, with humidity ranging from 80% to full saturation. Full saturation humidity, what does that feel like? Or is that just being in, like, fog? A word on safety, this is called. It is an incomprehensibly vast and ancient organism whose origin and purpose is unknown to modern science, and a thing which inspires a deep and primal and instinctual gut fear in the hearts of all men who gaze into it. Although the safety infrastructure installed within the pit are marvels of man's engineering aptitude, an altitude of extreme caution, vigilance, and respect are expected to all park visitors. To ensure that your tour of the Mystery Flesh Pit is comfortable, enjoyable, and safe, please follow these important rules and recommendations. Wear closed-toe, non-skid boots for walking on natural flesh trails, which can be steep and slippery. Use handrails where available. Drink plenty of water. The pit is known to leach moisture from humans. Pregnant women are not advised to explore the Mystery Flesh Pit, as smoking is permitted within all trails. Based. Sorry. Stay on marked trails. Beyond the trails are steep and slippery drop-offs where you could fall and injure yourself, and you could get lost and become digested within unreinforced organs. Encounters with macrobacteria and abyssal copepods have been lethal for visitors who have stayed far from marked trails. The smoking thing, that I was just thinking about it while I read that last bit. Isn't that dangerous, though, if there's, like, bodily gas? Like, stomach gases? Wouldn't that be, like, flammable in big portions or something? In an emergency, several blue illuminated telephones installed along trail routes will connect you with the lower visitor center emergency response command. I see. Oh, look at the trunk passage. Oh, and there's the map. West Texas. Lubbock. Lubbock? Odessa. I think I've heard the name Odessa before. I think the last thing you want is to fall there. No, seriously. If you fall there, you're never coming back. They have a Chili's! They have a Chili's at the visitor center in the food concourse. There's literally a Chili's outside the mystery flesh pit. Okay, wait, let's keep reading. Other park activities. The visitor center has information about the mystery flesh pit's history, biology, and theology. Publications, models, a schedule of activities, and exhibits are available. Rangers can help you plan your visit. A kennel, a first aid station, and a non-denominational chapel. Ooh. The Holy Pit are available at the visitor center main building. Caver Co-op IMAX theater experience. In this 45-minute immersive and educational film, children and fearful visitors will laugh at the animated hijinks of Caver Co-op as he learns about the mystery flesh pit and faces his fears of being eaten alive and getting lost in the dark. Shows occur every hour within the park's state-of-the-art 200-seat IMAX theater. Amniotic thermal springs, I guess this is where the fluid comes in. Located on the ground floor of the visitor center by the vending machines are the amniotic baths. Amniotic secretions are pumped from glands deep within the pit for visitors who are unable to descend into the pit. These springs are known to have a range of positive effects on human physiology, psychology, and well-being, and are enjoyed both medicinally and recreationally. Note, as the visitor center is a family-friendly facility, the surface spring baths are diluted to a 1:20 potency ratio with filtered water. For higher concentrations within adult-only baths, park guests are encouraged to visit the pleasure domes. What? Located east of the lower visitor center complex within the mystery flesh pit. Wait, what is amniotic fluid? Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. Amniotic fluid is the clear liquid that surrounds your baby in the uterus during pregnancy. This fluid provides a cushion that protects the baby from injury and allows room for growth, movement, and development. Amniotic fluid also keeps the umbilical cord from being squeezed between the baby and the wall of the uterus. I see. So it's probably it probably triggers something in humans that makes them feel like they're in the uterus. You know the whole theory about how people like being in baths in general because it simulates being in your mother's womb. So maybe it's something like that. Fun fact, it's mostly urine. Huh. That's interesting. It is a femoid confirmed. Yeah. Yeah. So there's no traces of amniotic fluid in men? Because there's there's that whole thing about how dudes still have nipples because of chromosomes and stuff. So is there no amniotic fluid traces in men? Because maybe the springs are just a small... I could actually, you know what though? I could see it being some kind of biological female. It is a pit in the earth after all. Okay, lodging and dining options. The Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is fortunate to host a range of corporate partners who add exceptional value to any park visit. The Marriott Hotel and Suites is an award-winning hotel featuring over 200 guest rooms with suites which overlook the pit. Other amenities include an outdoor pool, volleyball court, lounge, spa, convention center, and arcade. I'm trying to go to the anime convention outside the Mystery Flesh Pit. Please call for reservation information. Here's the Marriott here. Oh, you guys can't see my cursor. Well, you guys kind of know what I'm looking at. It's the top right image there. Nice, it has an arcade. Yeah, that's sick. The gift shop and food concourse connects the visitor center and Marriott Hotel and offers a unique shopping experience featuring authentic Mystery Flesh Pit souvenirs and memorabilia. Dining options within the concourse include the world-famous Hard Rock Cafe, as well as a taste of Southwest fare with a Chili's 2. What is Chili's 2 real, or did they write it like that to avoid copyright infringement? Wait, what is this? New cochlear growth? We're gonna do some biology Googling as well as we do this for reference. New cochlear I don't know if I want to look up growth. Growth fluid. Let's look up cochlea. The cochlea is a fluid-filled, spiral-shaped cavity found within the inner ear. Oh, it's the snail that talks to you. That plays a vital role in the sense of hearing and participates in the process of auditory transduction. It's the snail. It's the snail, guys. It's the ear snail. Let's keep looking for maps. I know there was one of the... Here, let's look at this one. General location. Oh, this is like a whole proclamation little something. Okay, well, let's look at these ones first. Oh, there's a screenshot of the video. Oh! Let's look at that after. Okay. So, here's the flesh pit in the middle there. It seems like the visitor center is north. What's below it? Oh, is that... Those are probably labs below the pit, like on the south side. So, there's a proper public road and highway. Highway 357. Overnight camping areas are north. There's two Gumption. It's pretty decayed. It's hard to read everything. Here, let's read. Descent gondola. Hours of operation. The lower visitor center. Descent gondola runs every 30 minutes, starting at 8 a.m. ends at 9:45 p.m. Odd time. I guess gives them time to clean up. No eating or opening drink containers. No pets. ADA approved service animals only. Accommodates wheelchairs 30 inches wide by 48 inches long. Larger chairs do not fit inside gondolas. Collapse strollers before entering gondola. Insane. No oversized or jogging strollers. Oh, that's super deteriorated. I can't read this part. Gondolas can accommodate 2 or 3 bicycles, but not tag-alongs, baby trailers, or children's bicycles. Why would you... Oh, I guess people bring bikes down there for the trails. In the event of an emergency, remain inside the gondola until an all-clear signal is given from the in-cabin intercom. Hiking information. Many believe they are strong hikers and that hiking inside the Mystery Flesh Pit is easy. Know your limits. Before attempting a hike within the pit, please seek advice from a park ranger. Ask for a hiking brochure at either the main or lower visitor center information desk. More in-depth information about specific trails, equipment, rentals, interior conditions, and smart hiking practices can be found at the Visitor Information Center desk. It's deteriorated. Hiking off-trail within the park is dangerous. Mystery Flesh National Park occupies the living and active internal anatomy of the Permian Basin superorganism. That was what was mentioned in the emergency broadcast. That huge one that was like going through all the states. So this is just an entrance to it. Supposedly the only entrance. Unreinforced areas within the superorganism are lethal and inhospitable to human life. Follow all warning signs and precautions well inside the park. Daily programs. Join a park ranger for free. Daily walks, talks, hikes, demonstrations, and evening programs. Learn about geobiology, history, anatomy, animals, people, and more. Learn for programs for children ages to 6 to 14 during summer. Located in the dry plains of West Texas, the geobiological feature encompasses 187 square miles of the Permian Basin and adjacent grasslands. One of the most spectacular discoveries in modern history, the Mystery Flesh Pit offers visitors incomparable experiences deep within its expansive internal anatomy. Sorry, the letters are super deteriorated here. This map is published by Mystery Flesh Pit National Park with support from your entrance fees. It is available in French, German, Spanish, Italian, Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. The National Park Services cares for the special places saved by the American people so that all may experience our heritage. Oh, here, there's advice. Okay, so the advice says, advice to enjoy Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. I have 1 to 2 hours. What should I do? Walk the Rim Trail, see the historic ritual grounds, visit the park museums and visitor center. I have a half day. What should I do? ride the descent gondola into the park, ride the gondola in the morning to avoid crowds during peak seasons, attend a free park ranger program, walk through one of the many enclosed trails within the interior of the park. I have a full day, what should I do? Explore the lower visitor center and enclosed trails within the park, bathe in the amniotic thermal springs, visit the gift gardens. We haven't heard about that yet. Get a grip while the maw. Sorry, it's very deteriorated. Let me control zoom a little more, maybe? That's as far as over as I can go. While the maw entry orifice may appear frightening to animals and small children, every effort has been made to ensure your safety and well-being while within the park. A short educational film outlining major security features of the park plays in the main visitor center IMAX theater. Keep wildlife wild. For your safety and theirs, please keep a distance of 50 feet. Do not give water or food, and drive carefully at night and after rainstorms to avoid hitting stray wildlife which may have ventured from within the pit. Stay behind railings and away from cliffs. Hold on to children. Do not back up without looking around. Do not approach industrial areas. Observe all warning signs and fences while in the park. Machinery may start and stop without warning. Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is one of over 400 parks in the National Park System. To get most area national parks, ask about the Park Passport program at a visitor center information desk. Okay. Interesting. This is the other one. And then there's this one. Oh, this is a whole trail map. Let's like zoom the hell in. So the information on the right, slightly cut off, says visiting Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Oh, this is super low quality. Something. Phone the service visitor center for delays or closes? No, that's something else, but something like that. Accessibility. We strive to make facilities something about wanting to be accessible. Here's Fondue Village. This is the one that says it's like bone marrow, I guess. Like right here. Terraced hot pools. Bone fabe. Southwestern musculature. I wonder if these... There's no, like, topography, so we don't see the height of stuff. Oh wait, Fleshscape is the pink stuff. Something bone is the tan stuff. Excavated, maybe? Gastric acid. Oh, like we were talking about. So there's C's of it. Lesser gastric C, greater gastric C. Bathhouse. Bronchial forests. North bronchial forest. So like lungs, right? Hold on. Maybe if the gastric C is here, the lungs are here. Septum falls. No, this is like not even vaguely human shaped, because wouldn't septum falls isn't like septum at your nose? Or is that just like a general medical term? Intra-Park Thermal Wellness Resort, Memorial Dam, Amniotic Thermal Springs is here. Oh, you can see my mouse now. Lower Visitor Center. Oh, so that's the first stop here. What is this? I'm not sure what this is here. Okay. Interesting. So, what else can we find? So those are the two maps we just read. There's the 2007 disaster report we have saved for later. Oh yeah, wait, the picture. Oh. What the heck? Look at this. That is so nasty. Man, they're really cramming that shit open. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is the phone. I was actually curious what these looked like. So this is the emergency phone. AT&T. There's a lot of brand names in this. Often called lighthouses by seasoned hikers and park field staff, the emergency trail phones located along most developed trails within the Mystery Flesh Pit International Park were the result of one of the most ambitious subterranean telecommunications projects of the late 20th century. Conventional radio communication systems were completely ineffective at piercing the miles of dense flesh and bone, which constituted the geobiology of the park. Over a 2-year period beginning in 1975, more than 150 miles of cables were laid, threaded, and draped through the organs and tissues of the Permian Basin superorganism in order to establish a reliable landline communication network. While the Anodyne Corporation developed the bulk of this infrastructure at enormous expense, AT&T was subcontracted to design and install the unique public call boxes most park visitors would be familiar with. Guests could use these emergency phones to call the lower visitor center at no cost, or they could be used to call an outside number for a small fee. Though engineered to survive the humid and caustic environment of the Mystery Flesh Pit's internal anatomy, routine maintenance was required to prevent phones located in the deeper sections of the park from becoming subsumed by natural muscle actions of the pit. Today, it's unknown how many, if any, of these emergency phone stations are still operational. As the United States Department of the Interior has barred civilian access to the former park's many trails. I see. So that's like a historic account of, this was probably before whatever disaster happened. Let's see. Oh. Here's a question. This is relevant to what we just... Can I click on it? I can't, but I can just read it here. Oh wait, keep reading. Oh. Oh, there's so many questions! Okay, let's read the questions. While the park was still open, has anyone ever tried to eat parts of the mystery flesh creature? I know they drink the fluid stuff, but what about the meat parts? This was a surprisingly common question during the park's operation. Yes, as a battery of other material and biological tests conducted upon the discovery of the mystery flesh pit, samples of tissues were cooked and eaten. Those who conducted the impromptu tests, mostly field workers, reported that the muscle generally had a very gamey and offensive taste, but was otherwise very tender. Other tissues such as lung, nerve, digestive, and fat deposits were similar in taste and texture to offal. For those reasons, consuming the tissues of the Permian Basin superorganism was and continues to be mostly seen as bad form and not worth the effort. However, many hikers and former fish and wildlife employees have stated that a few of the lesser and non-venomous invertebrate species within the pit are excellent when steamed and served with butter. Ew, so they're like parasites, they're like big lobsters? Has there ever been any commentary or attempts at intervention from PETA or similar animal rights groups regarding potential harm and suffering done to the Permian Basin superorganism either before or after the incident? One would expect a high degree of controversy over the exploitation of the pit from a myriad of animal rights activists, but historically, this has not been the case. Oh. Small protests and short-lived action groups did exist sporadically during the history of the park's operation, but never gained much national traction. Some attribute this to the general obscurity and unfamiliarity of the general public had with the park despite the global industrial involvement. Of course, in the months following the incident in 2007, there were a litany of protests and criticisms from groups such as PETA and WWF, but these were among many hundreds of other protests and demonstrations from a variety of interests and were quickly lost in the frenzy. Does the pit suffer? Does anyone not? Okay. In the final incident report, it is recommended that the nutrients in the superorganism's stomach is replaced with rocks to... Wait, what? It is recommended that the nutrients in the superorganism's stomach is replaced with rocks to weaken while preventing a hunger response. Do we know how long it can go without eating? Isn't there a risk along with the other containment measures that the organism is killed? Bro, did it eat people in 2007? Even today, the full metabolic process of the Permian Basin superorganism is considered to be poorly understood. What is known is that the metabolic rate is incredibly slow, with a hybrid diet primarily consisting of subterranean hydrocarbon deposits, which it slowly digests and converts into energy. This is a very efficient method of producing the caloric energy necessary to provide the mystery flesh pit with energy, but does not account for the intake of specific organic components necessary in cellular reproduction and growth. Thousands of tons of bones and shells of prehistoric sea organisms have been found undigested at the bottom of the greater gastric sea within the pit, suggesting that the superorganism does exercise some kind of feeding cycle through research into this, though research into this is still ongoing. Rumors of religious facilities built within the pit. A non-denominational interfaith chapel was added during the 1995 renovations to the lower visitor center. It primarily exists for staff who may be working for extended periods within the pit, with regular services conducted on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and on religious holy days. Of course, guests are invited to visit the chapel as well, and many visitors enjoy the quiet and tranquil atmosphere created by the space. I don't have many details on it, but the contingency measure facility referenced in the 2007 disaster report was designed as an ecclesiastical / religious observance facility in a 1998 GSA construction budget report. Make of that what you will. How big is an abyssal copod? Did they ever manage to get measurements or much data on them? An adult abyssal copod can grow as large as 15 to 20 feet. What? In length? What is that? With such specimens weighing in at over 310 pounds. Of course, these specimens are generally very rare and represent the 80th percentile and above, with most examples of the species being closer to 7 feet in length and weighing approximately 180 pounds. The molting marks on the carapace can be used to date the age of a specific organism, like a tree. In general, they live to be very old, with exceptional examples living well over 250 years. This is in stark contrast to gasp owls. What? Which live for only a few minutes once they emerge from a cocoon? Oh my god. It's scary getting these little crumbs before we even know what something is. Apparently Gumption, Texas isn't even real, so finding the exact spot of the IRL flesh pit would be hard to do. Yeah, there's no Gumption, Texas after the 2007 incident, that's for sure. How did the park and superorganism deal with visitors polluting the place? Stuff like littering, oil spills, etc. Like all national parks, most visitors to the Mystery Flesh Pit had little regard for properly disposing of garbage and would frequently leave trash wherever they were standing. Within enclosed trails and facilities, this was easily dealt with through an active janitorial staff. On natural trails, it was more difficult to track down, as the cilia and mucosal action of many parts of the pit's anatomy would dispose of trash before the park staff would identify where this trash went. Before the park staff could identify, I jumped ahead. Where all of this trash went and what its long-term effect will be is just one of the many mysteries of the Mystery Flesh Pit. A much more pressing problem to park administration was emissions from the diesel engines found in vehicles, equipment, and generators. While the tissues of the pit are surprisingly adept to absorbing the soot and particulate contaminants through aforementioned cilia and mucus, the CO2 exhaust from engines required a complex and expensive to maintain ventilation system in very deep or constricted parts of the anatomy where airflow is not feasible or even possible. Still, mining operations often found it more cost effective to either rotate labor crews out on timed intervals to avoid CO2 poisoning, or would utilize the inbuilt air systems of the protective safety suits they were already wearing. Oil was just kind of dumped wherever. That's great. Assuming there were sometimes human amalgamations or humans involved in an amalgamation. What? What? Wait, what? What? Was there any way they could be helped, or were they SOL an experimental and highly secretive medical procedure was pioneered by anodyne-sponsored research scientists as Baylor Medical Center in the late 1980s. Wait, that sentence lost me. 1 second. Also, thank you, Kai, for the resub. An experimental and highly secretive medical procedure was pioneered by anodyne-sponsored research scientists as Baylor Medical Center. Oh, maybe he meant at. In the late 1980s, which on at least a handful of occasions, was able to recover a person from amalgamation. Oh. The process was essentially boiled down to 5 steps. Identifying which organs/tissues within the amalgamation were human, and if more than one human, which organs/tissues had differing DNA sequencing, carefully removing as many organs as possible from the main amalgamation, with the brain being given highest priority. In cases where the brain was damaged or even partially fused, the procedure could not continue. Stabilizing the extracted intact organs with brain priority and allowing them to heal in a proprietary chemical solution derived from ballast. The brain and any other extracted organs would each be placed into a respective life support module before being connected together. Through a rudimentary DOS-based machine/brain interface, it was possible through therapy to establish contact with the person, who often retained full memory and mental cognizance. With training, the person could even develop some semblance of a quality of life through the use of cameras, microphones, text-to-speech vocalizers, and in a few cases, mechanical prosthetics such as armatures or ambulatory life support equipment racks. Just kill me, bro. Literally. I love how it's like, in some cases, some semblance of quality of life was attained. It's important to note here, though, that despite the claims Anodyne made at the time at pharmaceutical trade expos, the quality of life of these cyborgs was horrific and incredibly expensive for family members to maintain. The full procedure, if even possible, often ballooned into costs of exceeding several $1 million to perform, with the end result being a room-sized nest of life support, plumbing, and boxy beige computer equipment prone to overheating. When the company was dissolved in 2008, much of this research became property of the US government, which has repeatedly rejected my FOIA requests for more information on the issue. I just read that the Ranger traversal vehicle uses some form of X-ray as means of navigation. Would the X-rays not be harmful to flesh within the pit? Are there any known cases of things like cancer or sickness developing in or on the pit? Despite the volume of X-ray and microwave radiation being emitted within and through the pit, any such negative effects of their use have not been observed. It is believed that relative to the estimated size of the Permian Basin superorganism, the amount of radiation introduced by human activity is relatively inconsequential to the overall health of the pit. What's the deal with the libido bath? What is the libido bath? Oh god. Okay, we keep going. I want to find more stuff about... Okay, so here's the thermal springs. I want to find stuff about the what are they called? The pleasure chasms or whatever? Wait till she finds out about the horny hot tub. What the fuck? I don't want to. Let me see. There's a disaster report, July 5th, 2007. Okay, let's look at the springs then. Holy shit, dude thinks he's Saul Goodman. Dude thinks he's Saul Goodman! Have you or a loved one been injured after contact with the mystery flesh pit? Call the law office of Homer Litfer, the butcher, an experienced attorney who will fight for your piece of the meat. Spiritual trauma, OSHA violations, sexual and or industrial negligence, wildlife injury, wrongful digestion. Call for a free consultation, 1-800-MEAT-LAW. This hotel door hanger is a surviving example of many of the types of advertisements visitors might receive when staying on property at the Mystery Flesh Pit. Though it was understood that guests were taking a substantial risk by venturing into the maw of the flesh pit, litigation concerning injuries and wrongdoing within the park was a lucrative, if somewhat niche, legal specialization. Following the 2007 closure, of course, the number of out-of-court settlements and class action lawsuits would skyrocket. Jesus. Amniotic thermal springs. Oh. I see the libido bath. Okay, let's not jump. Bath hours, Sunday to Thursday, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday to Saturday, 7 a.m. till 2 a.m. 2 a.m.? It's a love hotel. Closed during federal holidays. Price is locker rental, $5 US for 2 hours. Bottled water. Ew. Hand towel? I guess, like, if you're having a normal bath, then I could see it. My first assumption was gross, though, because I'm thinking about the libido baths. Relaxation and rejuvenation. Located deep in the warmer crypts of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, the amniotic thermal springs are renowned worldwide for their delightful effects on mind, body, and spirit. First discovered during the early exploration of the Mystery Flesh Pit in the 1970s, the amniotic thermal baths were one of the earliest draws to the park. Many people traveled across the country to seek out the mystic properties of the healing baths, which were rumored to heal ailments and cure diseases. Many others, calling them pleasure domes, enjoyed the aphrodisiacal effects of the amniotic fluids. Oh. Today, this tradition continues for modern bathers who use the springs medicinally or recreationally. Ugh. Gross. Placido bath. Visitors should use caution when diving into the ballast crops. Many are not extensively mapped. Regia bath, Gradia bath. Amniotic fluids are extracted, diluted, and pumped to surface baths. Ew. Commercial extraction lease area off limits to park visitors. Oh, so it's like for selling the liquid? Undeveloped ballast bulb. Visitors are encouraged to experience the traditional bathing process by crawling into the bulb orifice. Ew. Ew. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Cupido bath, latest bath, Salus bath, lover's squeeze, Estusian passage, libido bath. I see a love hotel symbol. Ew. Bathhouse, Privado spring bath. During an emergency, the bathhouse facility is designed to act as a reinforced shelter. Enclosed trail to lower visitor center. Okay. Enjoying the springs. Access to the amniotic thermal springs are included with your entry pass to the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, though visitors should be aware that lockers, tower rentals, and private bath reservations are all available for additional fees. In order to safely enjoy the baths, there are a few rules and regulations that we ask you to observe in order to protect and preserve this natural resource for future visitors. Oh. I'm gonna throw up. Please stow all personal belongings in the provided lockers within the bathhouse. Please enjoy the full contact benefits of the amniotic thermal springs by not wearing or bringing any outside fabric material into the baths. The fluid ballast of the Mystery Flesh Pit is a delicate anatomical system which can become easily agitated by synthetic clothing dyes and plastics. Note, surgical grade hand towels are available to rent from the bathhouse on a first come first served basis. Please see the counter attendant for more information. Please utilize the provided showers before and after enjoying the baths. Doing so prevents contamination of the baths and trail infrastructure within the Mystery Flesh Pit. Please do not disturb any structural, electrical, or mechanical infrastructure in and around the baths. Bathers... That ain't right. Bathers under the age of 18 are welcome with an adult guardian into the main bath. Visitors to all other baths must be 18 or older. Oh. Please do not claim or reserve lounge chairs. If you encounter any wildlife within the springs, please alert a park ranger or use one of the emergency blue telephones located throughout the springs. Please do not approach or antagonize any park wildlife. Please remain quiet, courteous, and respectful of fellow bathers by limiting displays of affection within the main bath. Note, for special information regarding the libido bath, please see the conduct and consent pamphlet available within the bathhouse lobby or at one of the information kiosks in the lower visitors center. Ugh. Okay, so the spring potency. Main bath is the least potent, so I guess that's why minors are allowed. Ugh. Regia bath. Where's this? Oh, it might be from height. From height to the... Yeah, because libido bath is the lowest. Let's see. Latest bath, Gratia, Placido, Salus bath, Cupido bath, Viribus bath, and libido bath. Visitors are encouraged to consult a physician before entering baths before the green line. So these ones. Visitors are encouraged to consult a religious, mystic, or sexual wellness counselor before entering the baths below the yellow line. Look, there's a dude in here. He's staring at us. Look at him. He's looking at us. In the Lover's Squeeze Passage picture. I thought this was supposed to be creepy. What do you mean? This is creepy! You're going into the... Like, okay. Okay, you know what? Imagine being splayed out as an organism. Imagine you are in your natural environment and all of a sudden an invasive, tiny, not necessarily tiny, but noticeably small species begins building infrastructure, spreading you apart, and then breeding inside you. Please imagine that. Crawls around in there. Stop! It's gross. Easy swimming. While the fact remains that the Mystery Flesh Pit is an ancient and enormous superorganism of indeterminate origin, visitors can rest easy knowing that every effort has been made to make the amniotic thermal springs a safe and secure natural experience. The mechanical structures you see pressed into the fleshy walls of the bath are called geodesic retaining frames and are an integral part of how park engineers create the spacious and accessible thermal baths. Networks of reinforced trails, much like those found in other areas of the park, provide well-lit and even walking surfaces. In the unlikely event that one of these structures becomes compromised, visitors are instructed to immediately use one of the nearby blue emergency phones to alert park staff. Oh, to be a massive flesh structure with a symbiotic parasitic organism. I don't know if I would call this symbiotic. It's definitely parasitic, that's for sure. Though it is commonly called amniotic fluid, the semi-opaque, slippery, luminescent liquid produced within these organic thermal springs has little in common with the fluid produced by pregnant mammals. Oh. Park geobiologists use the term ballast as it... Oh, so it's not amniotic fluid. They just call it that. Probably to put people at ease. It's theorized that the fluid is produced by the mystery flesh pit as a way to regulate the endocrine systems of the superorganism. Since its discovery, amniotic spring fluid has been a highly sought after resource and is tightly regulated by the National Park Service. The unique chemical properties of the liquid have been shown in clinical studies to mildly reverse cell degradation due to factors such as cancer or aging. Many park visitors report additional benefits of bathing, such as decreased joint pain, healthier skin, weight loss, and vision improvement. A secondary and infamous property of amniotic spring fluid are the psychoactive and aphrodisiacal effects it has on those who consume or topically apply it. Bathers describe a gentle euphoric sensation when soaking in higher potency springs, with the effects of concentrated exposure being well documented by several best-selling short films, many of which are available for purchase by request in the Upper Visitor Center gift shop. That just sounds like erotic films. Beyond the physical sensations, visitors often claim that they develop deep emotional bonds with those they interact with while inside the thermal springs. Amniotic spring fluid is safe to eat and drink, and it has enjoyed limited exposure as an additive to a variety of popular consumer foodstuffs, such as the seasonally available Coca-Cola Heartthrob, Feel Good McFlurry, and even a ballast-based cordial liqueur. Coca-Cola Heartthrob. Why does this sound good? No! I picture it like the can. You think the can would be like pink, like kind of meaty, not meaty looking, but it would be like pink and like kind of go off of that. I wonder what season. Maybe like around Valentine's Day. I picture it'd have to be pink coming from here, bro. There's an ad poster somewhere on the site. Oh, let's find it. That'll be the next thing we find. We'll look at this after. Wait, let's zoom out for... What? Reset. Oh wait, this is the main page. Coca-Cola Heartthrob. It is pink! Ew! Ew. Also, let me Google something real quick. Bro. It sounds... Okay, wait. It sounds like the mystery flesh pit is full of adrenochrome. Am I wrong? First introduced on Valentine's Day in 1985 as a limited promotion, but sold so well over the summer that Coca-Cola added it to their primary beverage roster in 1986. The defining ingredient in Coke Heartthrob was, of course, amniotic ballast, harvested from special glands deep within the mystery flesh pit. The potent aphrodisiacal, I'm never going to get that word right, properties of amniotic ballast were diminished by heavily diluting the chemical before adding it to the beverage, but Coke Heartthrob still developed a notorious reputation for its unusual intoxicating effects. The taste of Coke Heartthrob was described as syrupy sweet, which with hints of amaretto and rosewater, and the beverage had a light pheromonal scent similar to perfume. Combination of increasing extraction costs after the 2007 tragedy, as well as changing cultural attitudes ultimately saw a decline of Coke heartthrob sales until the Coca-Cola company decided to discontinue the beverage in 2011. That's like, I wonder if in this universe there would be a, you know, the video of the guy drinking Crystal Pepsi and throwing up all over the place because like an ancient bottle of Crystal Pepsi. I wonder if there would be like a Coca-Cola heartthrob video like that. I want to find something that follows up closely with that. Let's see if there's anything that relates to what we've already read. If not, we can keep looking at diagrams and maps. Oh, look at this. So this is an ad for Geospa by Anodyne. Finally, the therapeutic benefits of amniotic ballast now available in your own home. Ew. If you're into the good life, you should know about the Geospa. We believe every person deserves to plunge into the miraculous, rejuvenating, and stimulating effects of the amniotic ballast. Geospa is expertly engineered and is installed by professional technicians upon white glove delivery. It comes complete with a state-of-the-art electric heater, 2-speed pump, high-efficiency filter, 24-hour automatic control center with waterproof remote control, and 6 adjustable hydrojet nozzles to tickle your fancy, whatever or whoever that might be. Expertly engineered, fully assembled, and pre-tested, just add a few very appreciative friends. Oh, discover all the features that make the Geospa luxurious by nature, superior by design. Write for our free, lavishly illustrated catalog or call toll-free. From the moment the properties of amniotic ballast were realized, there was a rush to export the experience of bathing in the natural thermal springs of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park into the home. The difficulties in such a proposition rested within the additional property of ballast to begin losing some of its potency with removal from the venturial environment. While of course possible through a combined strategy of pressurization, heating, concentration, and chemical stabilization, such efforts were never cheap or easily portable. As a result, few but the relatively wealthy ever enjoyed the full benefits of ballast bathing outside of the Mystery Flesh Pit, which ended up driving more and more visitors to the park as the health and recreational value of ballast became more widespread. If it's got such euphoric properties, I could honestly see people getting addicted to it and like dying in their bathtubs or whatever. You know? Well of the... What is this? I don't think this has to do with the... With the baths. Well of the abhumans. Geobiological feature. Peer into the past? The Well of the Abhumans is the name given to a unique fluid duct that was discovered in the early 1980s by work crews installing telecom lines within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. The relatively small 1.2 meter diameter tube was notable in that it was comprised of tissue types previously unencountered, serving a role in a then unknown anatomical system within the pit. Once the duct was cut open and the upper duct was sealed, it was found to be saturated with formaldehyde. After a few hours of slow descent, a bladder-like organ was encountered by an explorer which was filled with a dense sponge-like tissue. Additionally, there were discovered the bodies of 3 unidentifiable mammals in a severe state of decay, but otherwise preserved by the formaldehyde, though the proportions and musculature of the bodies initially led investigators to believe that they were human remains. Additional investigation revealed musculoskeletal features wholly different from any known hominid. Later radiological dating of bone samples from the bodies indicated a startling disparity between the 3 corpses. One was dated to the 10th century AD, one was dated to over 35,000 BC, with the final specimen having bones entirely consisting of a dense plastic polymer. Bro, ancient future civilization. As you peer into this well, please do not deposit coins, fucking idiots, bro, trash, or other foreign debris inside. Certain materials may damage or discolor the concrete wall surrounding the open duct. Oh, this dude looks like he was hunting the flesh creatures. Let's focus on pictures and explanations, especially of wildlife. Oh, downtown Gumption. Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is 22 miles from town. Gumption Regional Airport. Oh, it's quite small. Lake Weepy. Go Guppies. Lee's Memorial Stadium. Taco Bell. Gumption High School. South Lawn Methodist. 7-Eleven. Nice. Chevron Walmart. Injury Law District. First Baptist City Hall. Thompson Park. Outback Steakhouse. Let's fucking go. IHOP. Bro, I want to live in Gumption. Are you kidding me? Civic Center, Wells Fargo Building, History Museum, Cinema, Dairy Queen, Hospital, Plots R Us Cemetery. Nice name. Interesting. Here's a picture. Bronchial Junction Access Way 1A. That's quite meaty. Wildlife safety. Okay, wait. Let's not go to wildlife yet. I want to see... Oh, look, this is the lobby. Oh, there's lots of pictures. Damn, that looks like... That's like a fresh wound. Like, look at this. It's like viscous, seeping. That is so gross. I would go down and then I'd be one of the people who has a mental breakdown, I think. For sure, like easily. Jesus, that's terrifying. That ain't right. Evolution of park signage. That's interesting. Site management, anodyne. So this is around the 70s. 1973, that's when I guess it was first discovered-ish. Entering mine area, authorized personnel only. No admits without authorization. Research personnel and surgical trades proceed to site office. Construction, danger. And then, very quick change. 3 years later, bus groups welcome. Mystery Flesh Pit. Caver Co-op says... Or it's Coop. I thought it was co-op because I thought there were multiple of them, but I guess Caver Coop. His name's Coop. Come explore the Funderground. I don't know about that. Turn here. Restaurants and lodging, hiking, camping, and fishing. Special adult fun for mom and dad. And then the 80s, very like, looks like a university almost. It's got like all the proper layouts. Welcome to Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Oh. And now, present. Fact. Over 582 people have died attempting to commune with the superorganism. Fact. The US government is unable to rescue individuals trapped by the superorganism. Fact, you will not receive a gift from the superorganism. Fact, you will find no answers beyond this fence. There is nothing beyond this fence worth dying for. Oh my god, the rain pause scared the shit out of me. Oh, look, there's even some... I didn't even see that. The Special Resources Development Act passes in 1980, observing the park into the National Park System. Anodyne Inc. opens the Mystery Flesh Pit to the general public. Discovery and development. Okay. Following its accidental discovery, the Mystery Flesh Pit and the unique phenomena surrounding it were targets of a headfirst and furiously paced campaign of commercial exploitation. Once architects, engineers, and geobiologists and geobiologists and clerical members of the development team had done their work to make the park safe and viable, marketing teams faced the daunting task of selling the public on the intriguing and miraculous phenomena of the mystery flesh pit while downplaying the visceral cosmic horror of the pit itself. Families were particularly difficult to sell, as children often displayed an overwhelming fear and aversion to descending into the throat of the pit. Bro, trust the kids on this one, I think. One strategy early in the park's history was the creation of a friendly cartoon mascot, Cave Recoup. A brief animated film starring Cave Recoup was shown at the park's visitor center, where the character would attempt to assuage worries about being eaten alive or swallowed, reassuring children and often parents that the pit was perfectly safe and reinforced. When the attraction was absorbed into the national park system in the early 1980s, signage and other graphic materials were updated to the NPS graphic identity. The architecture of the park's surface facilities was also expanded and renovated during this time to better fit with the natural resort image of the Mystery Flesh Pit brand. Drawing inspiration from the local Santa Fe style integrated with unique bone formations discovered within the pit itself. Bone formations. Oh, like the building layouts like we saw earlier. Okay, so there's the signage. Oh, I like this shirt. Ooh, let's check this out. I don't know what that is yet, and that looks like a real worm. That looks like that one parasite. We'll find a video of it after. I'll put a warning because it's quite gross. For people who don't like bugs, I could see it being upsetting. Mystery Flesh Pit National Park presents 23rd annual July 4th concert and fireworks celebration. 2007. Oh. 2007. The incident. Some of the most sought-after artifacts surrounding the legacy of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park are those items directly connected to the catastrophic 2007 tragedy, such as pieces of ephemera are rare to find in a salvageable condition, owing primarily to the amount of destruction wrought by the accident. Though the now infamous CGR investigative report has long been made public, there remain many unanswered questions and inconsistencies, with some official reports offering wholly incongruous numbers with regards to total human casualties. In 2022, it is still unknown if the full scope of the accident will ever be entirely known to those outside of Senate committee chambers or corporate boardrooms. Despite this obfuscation, I believe that the truth can be deciphered from the tattered, bloodied, half-digested mementos and souvenirs of the thousands of visitors, workers, and families who suffered for hours, in a few cases days, as they were horrifically eaten alive in a terrible demonstration of wanton brutality on a scale previously unknown in recorded history. Can you imagine their terror? Can any of us really perceive the horror of those visitors as they realized that the end result of a lifetime of hopes, dreams, relationships, and destinies was about to be consumed? These lifeless artifacts remain as more than just a testament. They are all that remain. Oh, those are not printed blood spots. Aware. Bro, I thought this was just secretions from hiking. I thought this was just inevitable, like, from walking in the pit, like you'd get blood and, like, muck on you, kinda. I'm surprised the shirt even survived. I wonder what the person who was wearing the shirt looked like after this. They probably weren't too badly affected compared to others. Helicopter photograph of the mystery sinkhole and surface camp 20 miles south of Gumption, Texas, June 22nd, 1973. Rare photo from the early days of the pit. This gives a good idea of how small the operations were back in the early 1970s. Discovered in this aerial photo, you can see the natural entry orifice pre-excavation. Oh, a temporary electric lift tower, as well as a utility trunk connecting the surface power and ventilation plant to the base camp down in the pit. There's also a hydraulic dredging crane that was used to bite away at some of the flesh down in the pit to enlarge the working area and remove material. Wow, it was a very, like, kind of normal looking hole back then. So, I see. So all the flesh was exposed. Like, it was forcefully exposed. I wonder if it would have even had any kind of disaster reaction if it hadn't been tampered with, or if it did, like, need to inevitably eat no matter what. I guess it's hard to tell. It would be unrecognizable only a few months later, wow, as paved roads and half a dozen permanent buildings were constructed, transforming this modest camp into a fully industrial mining and excavation site. Jesus. Imagine fishing in the flesh pit. Oh my god, I hope we find some weird parasite fishies in the fauna guide. I'd be so happy. Do we find out it's an Alaskan bullworm in the end? Honestly, I could see that. Also, hello, Giga Chad. Are we reading this yet? Wait, is this the... Yeah, this is wildlife safety, so... Let's bring this weird. Discover verdant forests, majestic scenery, and cosmic terror. Enjoy legendary trout fishing, geotectonic carnal moans, broken philosophy, backcountry hiking and camping. This almost sounds like a parody because they mentioned earlier that it was specifically against their marketing to mention this whole, like, cosmic terror aspect. This is from 1980, from an area tourism book of the era. While the rural areas of West Texas are known for their sparse populations, one tourist attraction seems to continually generate a steady stream of visitors around vacation seasons. The titular mystery flesh pit has been a wellspring of fascination for geologists, biologists, sociologists, engineers, and the general public alike. Guests are advised to book age-appropriate tours and activities well in advance of their visit, though the pheromonal discharges and the overall agitation level of the MFP, I haven't seen the acronym used yet, MFP, Mystery Flesh Pit, can vary with short notice. Visitors should be advised to be prepared for changes in schedule and availability. Interesting. I want to scan through and see if there's anything else I want to open. This is also a good way of just viewing pictures, but a lot of them have descriptions that I want to investigate further. Let's check this out. I like the signs. We can focus on some signs. Oh, we should read this. Oh, I saw something about nuclear responses to the flesh pit situation. Oh, we should definitely see the lower visitor center. We didn't see this already, did we? I don't think we did. Man, I want to get a hold of the, like, full guide. That'd be awesome to have a physical copy of. Okay, let's wait to read that. More signs. Another map. It's probably pretty early on, it looks like. More signs. Oh, is that addiction? I wonder if that's the fluids. Maybe not, though. Holy shit, it's Killdozer! Okay, we'll open that. Okay, let's not get overwhelmed. Caution. The ventral environment beyond this bulkhead constitutes the interior systems of a living organism. This environment is actively hostile to human life. Serious injury and death may occur without proper equipment and training. Oh, look at the rusted, corroded bottom, too. Wonder if that's some fluid. Welcome to Gumption, gateway to the Permian Basin superorganism. Stop and idle a while. Population 2,161. That's a very small town. Dallas Morning News. Killdozer love. What? Okay, we're gonna read the newspaper now. A mysterious pit and the man who found it. Everybody please watch your step as you're getting out of the elevator, announced Jim Jackson. The last thing we want is for you to hurt yourself on your first step in. Jim is the first explorer and the head guide of perhaps the strangest natural attraction in the Western Hemisphere, the mystery flesh pit of West Central Texas. We had descended what must have been several thousand feet down in a great funnel-like pit, the natural opening to the immense organic caverns. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Upward was a rim of yellow cliffs and a splotch of turquoise sky. Downward was flesh, eternal darkness, and a deep rumbling. The elevator gate slid open, and the crowd passed into a metal platform suspended in a great dark organic cavity. The gate closed and was locked with an enormous click. We were severed from the world, with our destinies weighing on Slippin' Jim Jackson and his staff of guides. Slipping Jimmy, bro. There's so many Saul Goodmans in this. That is sick. Slippin' Jim. Oilman, showman, innovator, discoverer, and foremost explorer of the mystery flesh pit. An excursion of wonder and terror, nightmare realms, and ghostly monsters, giant arteries, skyscraper muscles, and pits of hell. 4 hours of which brought us to rest in the huge chambers of the immense organism. We're 3 miles back and 2,840 feet below the surface, remarked the explorer, as he lit a cigarette that began to softly illuminate his weathered face. Of course, we could go down nearly another 2,000 and maybe keep going, but... Before he could finish, an electrical arc burst into a vivid white light, like a prolonged flash of lightning between 2 large transformer terminals. The ozone cloud dissolved, and we saw the mottled ceiling high above, and the restrained lung-like walls standing far apart. The jolt of electricity concluded, and once more depressing darkness closed in close around the cluster of lanterns. A routine relay switching, we were assured. An engineer working nearby tells us that routine power down here is quite the puzzle. Routing, sorry. Jeez. Sorry, it's deteriorated, okay? That's my excuse. How did you ever manage to find your way down here? I asked our guide. Me and the old Orits, Jim answered, were swallowed down here during a modified diving bell. Using a modified diving bell. We had it tied off to a platform up top with cables and hoses. By the time we came to rest, we were here in the gullet. With a powerful flashlight, the path had been pointed out as the great ring-like hole 100 feet overhead and several dozen feet in diameter, through which the cables and track of the elevator had now been affixed. Coming back out climbing the cable, continued Jim, I was kind of scared for Oritz, because long towards the top he slipped and got a fistful of some slime. We had 2 ropes hanging side by side. On one we would pull ourselves up a foot or 2 at a time. At the same time, the fellows helping us on top would jerk up the slack in the one that was tied to us. We made it back out without a scratch, but, he added, before either of us had topped out, we were both mighty near all in, and if it had been another yard or 2, I guess we would have been down here still. Well, James Jackson is not the explorer with the pith helmet, tight leg pants, and horn-rimmed glasses, but the genuine article of cowboy tradition with an astronaut's flair. Nice, that's badass. There is a difference between the highbrow explorer with money and prestige as speedsters to fame and the prowess of the pioneer who blazes the way over new horizons with just nothing save a step that is true and a light in his eye that knows no fear. There was no crowd of reporters to hang on Jim's every word. He had failed in his purpose. There would have been none of the soothing ointment of consolation that comes to explorers of position in the shape of victorious defeat when they do not succeed. Had Jim been killed, he would not have been a natural martyr in the cause of science, but just a damned fool. He did succeed, though, and the hats are off to him. Did you say fistful of slime? Yeah. Chat, would you dive in the flesh pit? Undiscovered flesh pit? Like, even before everything was established? Hell yes. Are you kidding me? I'd be petrified, but I'd do it. He was a sturdy, lean figure with a showman's disposition, wearing a Stetson hat, a suede sports jacket, and tan leather boots. Down in the land of the unreal, of winding organs and gloom, he stood confidently on the fleshy ground in the manner of the men of the range country. And while he deftly rolled cigarettes, he glanced back over the vista of his life and recounted with little concern experiences that would lay the basis for a great science fiction odyssey. It was learned that sorry, I was just checking his name because I was curious. That dam we saw earlier on the map, I thought it was dedicated to him, but it wasn't. I think it was someone else. It was learned that a mining company had conducted extensive operations in reinforcing and developing these sections of the pit so as to make it a habitable place for regular persons, said Jim. 2 years ago, we lodged the first steel stent into the tissue to build these paths. We'd never bite off more than we could chew, was their maxim. Only a little at a time did they explore, and when known landmarks became firmly fixed in mind, they would push on further. That's honestly pretty smart. I'd give it a little kiss. Would LARP made an abyss. This reminds me of what geologists do, going to the deepest caves, climbing the highest mountains, all to find the new minerals. Yeah. Honestly, the craving of exploration is pretty based way to live. There's very few new things to explore and discover these days, so at least that we know of, so it's a bit harder, but in the early part of our visit, we had followed a safe zigzag trail through a gruesome pit, 200 feet deep, aptly called the Septum Falls. The walls were so precipitous and irregular that the first attempts with no trail and without knowing what lay ahead must have been a horror. That was the hardest part of the whole thing, Jim declared. Finally, I made it across the falls, and before I went on, I made 5 or 6 trips across, trying to find a better way. We had next followed for several blocks through a colossal hall whose ceiling often rose so high as to be out of range of even the pocket searchlights. The official survey found the height to be about 300 feet and a ceiling high enough under which to stand a fair-sized skyscraper. Along there, Jim related, we kind of just felt our way as we went. I didn't think much about danger until a mile back we ran across the skeleton of some queer thing like a stick mermaid or a monster. Stick mermaid, sorry. That nearly soured the whole business of the crew. For a while, at least, I thought I'd cut it all out and say I'd seen enough. But all of a sudden, I just went on, and I found Thor's ribcage. What is known as Thor's ribcage was another enormous chasm of ribbed flesh walls which ebb and flow with some manner of regularity, giving the overall impression of being chest cavity of this gigantic being. And for a long time, I thought the ribcage was as far as it went, but one day, while back there, we climbed up a steep wall into that opening and followed it till it quit, and there were the pleasure domes. We spent a night and part of 2 days wandering around up there, like being turned loose out in a canyon pasture on one long dark night, with only these electric torches for lights. During that time, we started cutting open those sacks and checking out the goop inside. Mighty weird. But how did you keep from getting lost? I asked. With this, Jim replied, taking a bundle of cable line out of his satchel bag. We had to stay tethered to our air supply in those early days, and those tubes and the cables kept us from getting too far from wherever we had set up station. Then I hit on the idea of taking people through the pit to show them the sights, but I never expected to see such a crowd as all of this, waving a hand at the throng. We had entered the bowels of this underworld by a tediously long but safe steel passageway, according to many of Jim's staff. This is the way de luxe, as compared with the perils of the old trails. Having seen a cat-sized louse of some kind scamper across a flesh fold and into an orifice, I inquired, so there's life down here, then? Yes, and it's just as fantastical as the pit itself, mighty dangerous, but they skitter easily and don't like to pay us much mind. As Jim said this, he reassuringly patted his hand against the oversized firearm he carried on his belt. Oh, that's the picture of the guy we saw. What was the closest call you ever had? Once when we were setting up some gas generator stations, I was carrying some kerosene oil in a gunny sack slung over my shoulder. The oil sprung a leak. Walking just behind me was a little fella carrying a lit flare. The next thing I knew, the man let that torch touch the rack, and my pack started going up in flames, and me tied to it. I had a hell of a time breaking loose from the pack, but I didn't get burnt too much. It was time to start back out, and the crowd began to move. Hey now, Jim called to a group that had started on. You're going the wrong direction. Back the other way. You see, he added, how easy it is to get turned around. Who can tell which way is north? As many guessed one way as another, and we fully realized the satisfying feeling of safety in having such men as these guides who know the pit like a pocket in a shirt. At least upon the surface, the sinking sun was spreading a panorama in cerise and purple across the heavens. Following Jim, the waiting cars slipped away one at a time through the shadows, into the desert, back to town, Gumption. The starting and ending point, where we left our pilot of the underground to be picked up by the next party with the same curious ideas and funny questions. Damn! Maintenance break, thank you. I'll have some water. That was a long read. We know of many wildlife in the ocean, but imagine discovering life in the pit. Yeah, seriously. Another maintenance break. Thank you both. I think there is alive in the pit. An article mentions some type of parasites living there. Yeah, I think there's quite a few like living creatures down there, I think. Imagine finding something, getting to name it. That's true. It sounds like this guy isn't even concerned with naming stuff, though. Secrecy surrounding NASA Venus probe mission sparks intense speculation in conspiracy circles. Huh. A lot of interesting stuff going on in this world, I guess. Newspaper clipping from the Dallas Morning News in 1975. This is one of the earliest public accounts of the pit, from the days when James Jackson used to personally give tours. Let's see. Before we keep going, I want to see if we can find that picture of him. It's the one where he's got his rifle. I don't know that it's this close. No, this is towards the end. Whoa. Let's see. Here he is. Depending on who you talk to, James Jackson was either a con man, a genius, a degenerate gambler, a reincarnated shaman from ages past, or some combination of all four. That is badass. Jim, as his friends and detractors called him, was a strange man. He was a self-educated thinker who was absolutely convinced that he was possessed of talents that approached the supernatural. He may have been right. In the history of American enterprise, there was no one quite like Jim Jackson. His overall demeanor and presentation to all who interacted with him was that of a self-styled cowboy. He wore ostrich leather boots, always had a Marlboro cigarette in his mouth based, and owned a 10-gallon hat in every color in the catalog, and spoke with a drawl so thick that he could easily be mistaken for a man out of time. This man, who came to embody every myth of the Western oil man and whose exploits would someday captivate a nation, had not stepped foot in Texas until his 20th birthday. He never made a dime from oil. Huh. Jim was born in Boston on July 16th, 1945, at the exact instant that the first atomic bomb was detonated 2,000 miles away in New Mexico. What? The exact instant. Damn. He was the youngest of 4 children to Walter and Evelyn Jackson. Do you think the radiation drove him to the pit? He was drawn to the pit. For sure. Evelyn was a classically trained stage actress who came from old money, tied up in real estate in the Northeast. Walter was a prolific and brilliant chemist who directed a research group for Bell Telephone Laboratories. During the war, Walter's team was instrumental in developing the membranes necessary for the gas diffusion method of enriching uranium for the Manhattan Project. Walter moved his family from Boston to San Jose, California in 1949 to partner with one of his former colleagues in founding a new applied science company. This new venture, Allied Micromaterials Corporation, would become one of the pioneering institutions in the development of semiconductors and later transistors. Contacts Walter had maintained in the Defense Department led to Allied receiving a contract to manufacture guidance systems for the new range of ICBM missiles. And by the middle of the 1950s, Walter was a very wealthy man. As a boy, Jim was bright but had no patience for school. On several occasions, he was found cutting class to wander along a creek that ran through the family's estate. The land had been an apricot orchard before being purchased by his father, and a young Jim spent every spare minute he could find playing cowboy in the pastoral grove of trees. His patient mother indulged his fantasies and sent him to dude ranches and paid for horse riding lessons in hopes that he might instill a sense of discipline. By Jim's 16th birthday, he was showing signs of restlessness in the rapidly urbanizing Californian environment and entered into frequent arguments with his exasperated father. When he told Walter that he had no interest in attending college and instead mentioned that the then escalating conflict in Vietnam, his father shouted him down. Angry but determined, a 17-year-old Jim walked to an army recruitment station the very next morning. It was of no use, however. Through Walter's many ties to the U.S. defense industry, it was essentially guaranteed that Jim would never see combat. For the young man who yearned to see the world and longed for an adventure to break the monotony of his sheltered upbringing, this was the final straw. On a spring day in 1962, James Jackson packed a small bag and left home. From San Jose, he took a train to Carson City, Nevada, with the intent of finding work at one of the horse ranches from his childhood. When he arrived, a new subdivision had taken its place, with any traces of the ranches long gone. For 2 months, he washed dishes in a casino buffet in Reno to pay for accrued gambling debts. From Nevada, he hitchhiked to Idaho, where he cut onions for 80 cents a day until the winter season forced him to move on. For 3 years, he stumbled from job to job, lumberjacking in Washington state, fitting irrigation pipe in Arizona, welding in Alaska, mining in molybdenum in Colorado, and eventually working as a roughneck in an oil field outside Odessa, Texas. These are these all seem like very valuable skills to know and have for exploring a flesh pit. These 3 years had hardened young Jim, and for the first time, he felt at home among the wildcatters and oil men in the dust and sun of West Texas. The challenge of the work invigorated him. The harsh conditions of the desert inspired him. The boom-bust cycle of the petroleum industry, however, did little to help secure the human needs of food and shelter. The men who had made the real money on drilling sites, Jim had noticed, were the geologists, those who only found the oil and didn't stick around to do the hard work of pulling it out of the ground. Jim was charismatic, and it wasn't long before he found work as an assistant for a local surveying office and began to learn the fine art of finding things underground. Edited. He was almost ready to settle down when he received a call from home. His father had suffered an intracranial aneurysm and had died before emergency medical treatment could be administered. For the first time in years, he went home. In the days after Walter's funeral, Jim was forced to confront his future. Jim was 20, with little occupational prospects, but now had a $25,000 inheritance, enough in 1965 to get into nearly any business he wanted. He knew he still didn't have the patience for college, and he had already figuratively gone west, out of either a feeling of guilt or a desire to not cause any further trouble to his family in California. He returned to Texas with the goal of finally striking out on his own. By 1973, James Jackson was a man who, at least on the surface, betrayed no insecurities about his expertise. He exuded confidence and, after a few lucky breaks locating petroleum where none was thought to have existed, was billed as a guru of the underground. A small office was leased in Midland, a clerk and eventually a geologist. A few engineers and surveyors were hired. For a short time, it was a mundane but generally honest living. What he lacked in experience as the chief of the small firm, he more than made up for in the energy and zeal he brought to every job he undertook. He detested office work and would personally show up to every site, rain or shine, with the enthusiasm and showmanship of a circus ringmaster. The job for Dale Whitmer was no exception. Oh, so Dale Whitmer scouted out the hole, I guess. Damn, I gotta drink some water again. That was a long read as well. Never seen Combat Faker. What? He's just a cowboy. He's just a cowboy. Thank you for the maintenance break. He was born for the pit. I like how she has the TV set up like schools had back in the day. Yeah, the Rolly TV. It's peak. Molded by it. He's molded by the flesh pit, that's for sure. Alright. I don't think we read this yet. Lower Visitor Center. Gateway into the deep. Your adventure into the wonder and magnificence of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park begins as your enclosed gondola begins to descend down into the darkness, away from the blistering heat and light of the Permian Basin, just when the 20-minute twisting and turning ride down into the maw of this immense organism feels like it might never end. An illuminated structure comes into view beneath your feet. Step out of the elevator car and into the well-lit and comfortable lobby of the Lower Visitor Center, and your gateway to an unforgettable visit to one of the world's most unique natural wonders. Architectural gem. This is what they were talking about, I guess. Whoa! Jesus. That scared the shit out of me, I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow, my Canadian best friend. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Imagine building a Poke Center in the Flesh Pit. This honestly looks like one. What gym leader type is that? I don't... Maybe like, Ghost Rock? Maybe? Ghost Ground? New type Flesh. Nice. Flesh type. Great. Maintenance break. Oh my god, again? Okay. Yeah, my throat already kind of hurts. I need to drink water, actually. It's just people. No. People Pokemon. Okay. Architectural gem. The Mystery Flesh Pit National Park's Lower Visitor Center is a marvel of structural engineering that took workers over 8 years to construct. The original concrete visitor center was forcefully installed down the surface entry orifice in the 1970s, but in the late 1980s, work began to expand the capabilities of the facility by surrounding the original concrete core with a superstructure composed of acid-resistant glass and surgical-grade structural steel. This new facility would act as a central hub for all activities within the vast anatomy of the Mystery Flesh Pit, allowing park administration to quickly and efficiently dispatch rangers and manage operations. Today, the Lower Visitor Center serves a key role in guest satisfaction as well, with the comfortable and secure architecture of the building bringing even the most fearful guests back again and again. Huh. Wow. Yeah, I'm trying to connect more dots in my head, but I'm honestly not getting too much. I want to know who the guy who enlisted this dude to go like excavating was Jim, who sent Jim down into the pit. Because I guess it wasn't him who found it. But I guess maybe the guy who sent him just thought that it was some possible oil site. It might be deeper than that, though. I'm not sure. Bro, I can't imagine those dudes finding the like pleasure chambers alone, though. That would be... I think if I was in that survey team and exploring, I would be genuinely terrified of my like exploration partners in that minute. I would think that they probably had lost their mind. Oh, the gondola rides on the outside. It's right here. I thought it was inside the chamber. Additional cable, lift tracks, used by cargo and emergency gondolas. Makes sense. Maintenance areas. Structural support. I can't read what that word is, it's too small. Executive office level. Dispatch and communication center. HVAC equipment. Rail-mounted utility crane. Gondola station. Reinforced windows feature automatic wiping blades to reduce fog due to ambient humidity. Picnic tables, nice. Relaxation garden level. Is this the garden they mentioned earlier? Medical center. Interfaith chapel. That's here. That's right here. Internal anatomy vehicle. Panoramic windows. Yeah, these windows are huge. All this yellow is windows, so it's all like every level you can pretty much see the meat. Rigid steel structure. Park ranger offices, restrooms, water reclamation plant. And I thought that the tube would keep going down. Passage to sand gullet and other gastric organs. But no, these are just... Look, it's got little lights similar to like tops of skyscrapers have. Oh look, this is actually the directories here. Oh no, this is just the general. Oh my god, there's a Burger King. There's a Burger King on... Oh my god. Burger King, Baskin Robbins, Trader Vic's, convenience store, and tobacco shop is on level 7. That is... here. Look. Oh my god, it's like a little outlet mall. It even looks like a mall on the inside. I'm having auditory hallucinations. Hiking equipment rental center, chapel, visitor restrooms, relaxation memorial garden. Interesting. No word. Explore inner space, Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, exit 176 toward Gumption. And a garage sale. Wait, when is this made? We don't want to read it if it's after... Oh no, yeah, this is just, okay, we'll read that after. Whereas it appears that the public interest would be promoted by reserving this natural wonder as a national park, together with as much land as may be needed for the protection not only of the known excavated entrance, but such other entrances as may be found. Now, therefore, I, James Carter, Jr., President of the United States of America, by authority of the power in me vested by Section 2 of the Act of Congress entitled An Act for the Preservation of American Antiquities, approved June 8th, 1906, do proclaim that there is hereby reserved from all forms of appropriation under the public land laws subject to all valid existing claims and set apart as a national park to be known as the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, all that piece or parcel off land in the country of Gumption, state of Texas, shown upon the diagram, hetero annex, and made a part thereof, and more particularly describes as follows: lots 1 and 2, section 31, block 7C. Warning is hereby expressly given to all unauthorized persons not to appropriate, injure, destroy, or remove any feature of this park, and not to locate or settle upon any of the lands thereof. The Director of the National Park Service, under the discretion of the Secretary of the Interior, shall have the supervision, management, and control of this park as provided in the Act of Congress entitled An Act to Establish a National Park Service and for other purposes. So this is just a clipping, and then it is attached with a photo. This is early on. This is super early on. 1980. Oh wait, no, that's not that early on. That's just when it first started as a... Man, it looks quite different. That's when it just started as a national park. Photos of the April 1980 annexation, which brought the Mystery Flesh Pit into the U.S. National Park System. President Carter, near the end of his presidency, met with DOI and anodyne personnel at the entry site itself to officially sign the proclamation. Below, an aerial photo of the pit and surrounding site captures the scale of work that took place from 1978 to 1981 to develop and improve the park's interior infrastructure. Okay, yeah, so that's why I thought it was earlier, because this is like in progress of it being built. It's all being excavated and whatnot. Yeah, I told you guys, look! Ballast concentrate addictions. I knew it. I knew it. Bro, no one can make some kind of horny water, and at least 80% of the human population isn't gonna get cripplingly addicted to it with our degenerate existences. Also, you can get a... Call Gumption home. Starting in $280? Am I reading that wrong? I don't really understand how the real estate market works, so if that is nonsensical, please tell me. And now we have Killdozer. Beep beep. In the early 1980s, prior to the involvement of either the Anodyne Corporation or the National Park Service, exploration of the Mystery Flesh Pit was a crude and arduous exercise undertaken by local agricultural and oil field workers. These young men, many of whom possessed no formal training in caving, improvised a variety of methods to aid in these early missions of discovery. An early attempt to mechanize the task of crawling through the viscera of the fleshscape took the form of field-modified work trucks, like the surviving GMC CK truck shown here, formerly on display within the upper visitor center. These jury-rigged vehicles lacked standardized designs and were highly experimental in nature, though lacking the safety and articulation features common to later purpose-built machines, such as the Grumman-produced internal anatomy of vehicle. These simple trucks were relatively instrumental in early exploration efforts to survey the Permian Basin superorganism, with 2 or 3 surviving in service well into the 1980s. Huh. So, even if it goes on its head, it still goes, I guess? Yeah. Wow. Your whole bed is gonna fall out if you're going upside down, though. I don't see the point of making it a pickup truck like that, unless it had like a roof or something. Ew, and this is to like scrape away. Oh. Haunting. Not there yet. Whoa. That is quite zoomed in. I think we can start moving on to fauna. I just want to see if there's anything else that I missed. Oh, let's check out the brachial. Actually, in the meantime, I'm going to close this, because we're not ready to go to fauna yet. We looked at this. We looked at this, we looked at this, we looked at this. Oh, actually, now that we've read about the vehicles a little bit, we can open up more of these ones. What is this? That seems relevant. I don't know what this is either. Red seismics. Let's look at this. We read this. Winter Park Wellness Services Guide. We can read that too. We can read this. Vehicles. Let's open the Circus Clown Chimus. This interesting industrial image. I'm not sure what this is about. I can open this ad. This one too. And I don't know what this is. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna open up a bunch that we're gonna go to, and I'm gonna have a big tab. We want to save this. Okay, I don't want to get too overwhelmed. I'm just getting excited. Okay. Southern Bronchial Forest. Oh, look at this picture. That's scary. A living, breathing forest. Take in the cool air as it rushes around you. Breathe in the living history of hundreds of millions of years of natural evolution and adaptation. The southern bronchial forest, like all bronchial forests within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, are enormous respiratory organs that fulfill a variety of roles in the highly complex and interdependent ecosystem of the Permian Basin superorganism. Each year, millions of tons of gases such as carbon dioxide, oxygen, and nitrogen are exchanged within these colossal organs in slow breaths. These long breaths fluctuate with the changing of the seasons. It takes about 6 months for just one of these lungs to fully inhale or exhale. What? During the inhalation process, cool air slowly inflates the many thousands of bronchioles within the forest. This provides the Permian Basin superorganism with oxygen and a large volume of relatively cold winter air. Huh. Conversely, during the warmer summer months, a slow exhalation process disperses buildups of carbon dioxide and waste heat. The thermal exchange of waste heat into the outer atmosphere is a vital way in which the Mystery Flesh Pit is able to maintain its metabolic process. God damn. So that's interesting because so in these certain like seasons, so in winter, if you're standing outside the pit, the air will be like blowing you in a little bit, like your hair will be like flying towards the pit, and then in summer, hot air will be kind of like not super hot, but semi-hot air will be like pushing out and blowing away. That's pretty interesting to imagine. But all forests are alive? Yeah, that is true. A guided tour trip led by an experienced park ranger. For program schedules, ask a ranger or check bulletin boards. Advanced reservations for organized groups are advised year-round. Hiking in the bronchial forests. Unlike many of the unique environments found within Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, the bronchial forests exhibit a climate that is nominally habitable to humans. Fresh, oxygenated air drawn in from the surface of the park allows visitors to experience the stunning vistas and breathtaking scenery of this geobiological formation without the need for bulky respirators, helmets, or other heavy protective gear. However, unlike the majority of the park, which is accessible to visitors, many of the trails found within the bronchial forest are underdeveloped and preserved in their natural state. Chasms and bronchial passages within the forest are generally unmarked. Before hiking into the forest, please seek advice from a park ranger. Ask for an updated map which contains in-depth information about specific trails, conditions, and smart hiking practices from either the lower visitor center or from a ranger station. Many believe they are strong hikers and that a hike into the bronchial forest is easy. Know your limits. There's the similar statement earlier just about the normal hiking in here. 6-month breathing cycle is insane. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'll take a sip. I'm gonna have to go now because stuff. Enjoy the stream. Remember, we love you. Thank you, Michael. Have a good break. I will have some water. My throat is actually sore again. Note, trails are closed to the public from early May until late September. each year as the Permian Basin superorganism completes an exhalation cycle. During exhalation, excessive carbon dioxide concentration, excessive heat, and aggressive behavioral patterns of local wildlife create potentially dangerous conditions to guests and park personnel. Huh. Bro, that hot air be getting them to act funky. So, Grand Chasm Route is here. Middle Chasm Route is down here. The Plural Divide. Oh, the Bronchial Overlook. Middle Chasm Route is to here. Eastern Extent. Eastern Spur, 2 hours one way from Trailhead Moderate. Plural Divide Route, 2.5 hours one way moderate. Mucosal Sump. Middle Chasm, Horizontal Spurs. Huh. Adjacent musculature and bone formation. Oh, so from here I guess you can see a big muscle and bone. Oh, we're getting some first sights of fauna and flora. Bronchial wildlife. Many unique and fascinating species of plants and animals called the bronchial forest home. As you hike through bronchioles and spelunk into alveolar sacs, watch carefully for existing colonies of fungus, lichens, slimes, and molds, which thrive in the humid and dark exterior of the mystery flesh pit. Macrobacteria often feed on these sessile forms of life, with some varieties forming large colonies in the lower mucus-rich crypts of the forest. Multi-winged pneumocase, a blind species which thrives inside the large chasms of the forest, feed on these macrobacterial colonies in visceral hunting displays. Ask a park ranger for information about seasonal feeding patterns and hands-on wildlife demonstrations. Pneumocae landing on a visitor arm during an uncharacteristically benign encounter. Oh! Luminescent fungal colony growing extensively within the bronchial forest. A lone macrobacteria extends sensory appendages as it forages for food. The bronchial forests within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park were an enormous draw to hiking crowds. The spacious organic caverns, though dark, provided a warm and humid respite for avid hikers from the frigid temperatures of the winter months. Sightseers enjoyed the steady stream of fresh outside air within bronchial passages, despite being thousands of feet underground. It was from these great forests that the iconic and unnerving moans of the Mystery Flesh Pit emanated. Sadly, like all of the wondrous geobiological features found within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, the bronchial forests were closed to the public for good following the tragic disaster in July of 2007. Though a keen ear may still be able to hear the moans of the Permian Basin superorganism as far as Abilene, Texas. Also, thank you, Amadeo, for the subscription. Thank you. Interesting. I wonder how much they actually, like, expand out. Like, does this get much closer to the muscle? Or is it just, like, the holes that get bigger? This picture is terrifying. Enhance. That's about as big as I can zoom it. That is, like... Ugh. It's weird because you can almost feel what the skin looks like just by looking at it. Maintenance break, good idea. Picture in the upper left corner is creepy, like something's looking at you. Honestly, like here, I kind of see it. Oh, or even from the POV. Like watching them, yeah. Okay, I'll take some more water. Make sure everyone to stretch and not be slouching in your chairs. We gotta be efficient detectives right now, so no slouching. Mobile Mining Platform Series 3. No mountain too high, no valley too low. It seems like that's their motto. They seem to write it a lot. times 2 generic electric 7 FDM 16 diesel engines. Wait, I need to zoom. Anodyne MMP3 mobile mining platform. Designed for safety, engineered for performance, built to last. The Anodyne Corporation's long tradition of excellence continues with the MMP3, an all-in-one machine that has been rigorously engineered and constructed to deliver superior performance, exceptional reliability, and the lowest cost per payload ton. Dual cutting heads? Laser-equipped hydraulic manipulator arms each side, propulsion screw rotors, and this is water. Until now, Venterial resource exploration and access tunnels have been accomplished through... Oh, this is to clear tunnels. Oh my god, that's awful. Oh, I see the blades now. They probably spin. Yeah. Through the often slow and arduous poke and pry spelunking methodology, historically mechanized Venterial tunneling methods have lacked the on-site power capabilities needed to aid in expediting mining activities. The Anodyne mobile mining platform solves these problems. Designed specifically to cut and cauterize soft and cartilaginous tissues as it traverses forward, the MMP3 offers resource harvesting at 10 times the rate of traditional Venterial mining methods. It does look like something from a sci-fi movie. Yeah, I think this is... Oh yeah, this is where they describe the cutting system. All-in-one mining and excavation solution. The dynamic in situ mining system at the heart of the MMP3 are two counter-rotating conical cutting heads which use a combination of monopole blades, rotating cutting disc, and high-pressure water jets to effortlessly slice through tissues. Viscera, once cut, is pulled inside each cutting head via an internal impeller. The slough is then processed internally via automated lines which separate valuable organic and mineral resources from overburdened tissue, which is discarded with a trough beneath the vehicle. To prevent tissue bleeding, each cutting head fully cauterizes tissue walls as it cuts, offering a clean and geobiologically sustainable solution to long-haul surgical tunneling. Oh, they have retracted and extended positions. The articulated suspension system. The fully compensated proprietary articulated hydraulic suspension offers a full 9.27 meters of linear miles? I don't know units of measurement. It's an M. Of linear travel and delivers dynamic stability whether the vehicle is fully laden or empty. This enables the travel rotors to remain engaged with even the most difficult organic Venterial terrain, and helps to keep operating costs low over the life cycle of the vehicle. Diesel-electric powertrain. The mobile mining platform line are each equipped with two General Electric 7 FDM16 diesel engine as the prime component of the diesel-electric system. This power plant provides an ample locomotive power to each of the 16 travel-through rotors, also enabling the revolutionary twin cutting head system located at the working face of the vehicle. A robust power system also allows for effortless, simultaneous use of other high-power applications such as cutting lasers, monopole cutters, and hydraulic manipulators. To facilitate crew shift changes, fuel unloading, and resource offloading without sacrificing operating time, the mobile mining platform, oh my god, that's insane, features a fully equipped logistic depot at the rear of the vehicle. An on-board crane enables storage containers to be loaded or unloaded onto Vive supply trucks while a retractable gangway provides an easy ingress-egress method to crew members. No mountain too high, no valley too low. This is all the measurements. Telescopic range of hydraulic manipulator arms. Top view, side view, front view, rear view. Segmented modular body layout. The modular body structure is supported by an articulated central spine, which connects to hard points within each body section. This scheme balances stresses throughout the body while increasing maneuverability in 3 spatial dimensions. Epoxy-coated steel is extensively used on all exterior venturial facing surfaces, guaranteeing high impact resistance, low corrosion, and high wear resistance. Internally, an active thermal control and atmospheric recycling system keeps both vital system equipment and workers cool. This pamphlet would have been handed out to investors at one of the larger shareholder conventions held annually by the Anodyne Corporation as a way to bolster market confidence with the introduction of a then brand new mining technology, the MMP3 mobile mining platform, commonly referred to as simply mining rigs, were pivotal in the resource exploitation of the Mystery Flesh Pit. These massive machines represented the pinnacle of venturial technology and wrought untold havoc on all manners of inner pit ecosystems. Sporting a price tag of well over 300 million USD to construct on site, of course, as they could not fit within an elevator. Only 7 of these massive vehicles were built, one of them famously destroyed during the 2007 disaster as it attempted to provide escort/rescue to a trapped caravan of tour vehicles. Today it's suspected that there are at least 1 or 2 of these machines still around, though their exact whereabouts remain unknown. I see. From the estate of James Bernard Jackson. April 7th, 1983, to Anodyne Board of Directors, Inc., 1401. Wait, wasn't this his dad? No, it wasn't. Representatives of the National Park Service, Anodyne, Inc., and Hilton International unveil scale model of new resort building. No, yeah, this is like... For a minute, I thought these were scientist dudes looking at some crazy shit, and I thought that was maybe his dad, but no luck. Gentlemen, what the hell is this? When you all sought out my expertise for the little VIP lodge, I expressed my concerns plainly, but was otherwise supportive. Against my suggestion, you had your architect draft a larger plan, and I gave you some appropriate pushback. I was of the understanding that our prior agreements about the scale of your small lodge were final, or at the very least, I would be included on any changes to this whole enterprise. So, gentlemen, imagine my surprise when I found out earlier today that you've greenlit construction of a 210-room resort. This decision is wholly opposed to every conservation effort that the company has agreed to. And I'm amazed that the Park Service is allowing this. Since you all seem to be going about business regardless of my advice, I see no reason for me to remain on this board, so consider this my formal resignation. James Jackson. Interesting. Oh, and here's some pictures of inside. Damn, these people be wearing jeans! Jeans and t-shirts to the flesh pit. That is a toddler back there. This person brought their kids. Jesus, that's a vibe. It honestly kind of is. Photo from around 2002 inside one of the fully enclosed trails within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. These trails were some of the most expensive to both construct and maintain, offering unparalleled access to the interior of the park to people of all physical conditions. Wait, James Jackson is the Jim you were reading before, the cowboy dude. Oh, that was him. Oh, and he was against the construction of a bigger VIP area. Hold on. Let's check this out. Closer. Where was that letter? It's right here. James Bernard Jackson. Yeah. Yeah, James Jackson, that's him, huh? And then this was in 83. So I guess he was still not too old. So I guess maybe it sounds like he was disappointed in how the National Park Service was taking it, because he was mentioning how, oh well, this is against their wishes, right? Or not their wishes, but their regulations, but they're doing it anyway. Let's see. Let's do this one. I don't know what this is. Fundamentals of Material Science. You gotta zoom in. Oh, so it's all the overlapping fields, I guess. A lot of this is gonna fall on deaf ears for me, but it's alright. So, material gestation science. Here, wait, actually, we'll start bigger. Venteriology, the broad study of the systems theory and processes relating to the Permian Basin superorganisms. So this is a study, like, exclusively for flesh pit. And then there's overlaps with, or geology is separate, but then in biology there's overlap here, of course. Material gestation science, the theory and study of the process of retrocognitive material gestation and its effect on both material biology and human psychology. Study of plant and fungi unique to the interior of the basin. Development, regulation, and economics of human commercial activity within and around the Permian Basin superorganism. Material mining technology, material engineering, material range management, venteriochemistry, the study of the chemical processes of the Permian Basin superorganism, ballast pharmacology, vascular enrichment, applied sentimentality. I'm not sure what that would mean. So these studies, like the material gestation science, go over biology, chemistry, and land management. It's pretty vast. Like many aspects of the mystery flesh pit, the more visceral reality of the pit was usually glossed in a more clinical veneer by the professionals who studied and worked with it. This treatment extended to the often cryptic vocabulary used to refer to different elements and fields of activity surrounding the pit. Shown here is a chart which illustrates the differences and similarities between these interconnected scientific, political, and commercial fields. Red seismics. Hear that? The deep and rhythmic sounds present throughout the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park are the result of enormous biological processes. The massive circulatory systems of the Permian Basin superorganism, driven by distant and titanic geothermal hearts, combine with sounds from shifting bone structures to create a constant low-frequency hum called red seismic frequencies. Scientists carefully study red seismics to learn more about the mystery flesh pit, much like a doctor using a stethoscope. While disconcerting at first, many who work within the park for long periods have reported that the constant sounds become comforting. Listen to your own heartbeat. Can you hear the similarities? Non-stop hum. Constant low-frequency hum. Interpark Wellness Resort Services Guide. Dining and shopping, entertainment and recreation, spa and wellness. This is gonna be, not a huge read. It's just some information here and there. Can I go further than 500? I don't think I can. No, I can't. Welcome to the Interpark Wellness Resort at Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. The following is a guide of helpful information which explains the services and activities available to our resort guests. Please refer to any of the following sources for additional information concerning activities throughout Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. National Park Vacation Guide, National Park News, National Park Channel, National Park Service Channel on your television, touch 1 on your in-room telephone, guest services desk, yada yada yada. Have a wonderful vacation. First aid assistance may be obtained anytime, day or night, by touching 0 on your in-room telephone or by using any of the illuminated blue emergency telephones located through Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. For the safety of yourself, other guests, and park staff, please observe all warning signs while inside the Mystery Pit. For the safety of all guests, please do not discharge any types of weapons while inside the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. This includes firearms, air guns, archery equipment, and fireworks. Wait. Oh. Do you think the attack was triggered by the fireworks display? Because that one shirt that was destroyed, well, like stained, was about a fireworks show going off, and I was wondering, it's kind of weird. I figured it was just like outside the opening, but I don't know. That does seem kind of weirdly coincidental that a fireworks show is going off. It could have been the first one they ever tried to do. It's funny that they even say this as if you're allowed to bring your firearms into the. Are you? I guess maybe. I mean, it's Texas. Maybe you are allowed to bring your firearms into the flesh pit. Smoke and hold your deagle. It's pretty sick. Do not attempt egress to exterior service area on the gastric sea side of the resort building. These areas are subject to continual exposure to corrosive and toxic gastric chemicals, which are lethal to human life. Exterior surfaces are slippery and present opportunities to slip off the superstructure and into the gastric sea. Oh, the resort building is hermetically sealed for your protection. Dining, they got... Oh man, is this all... Oh yeah, the Interpark Wellness Resort. So this is the VIP resort that was talked about being built in the letter. I thought at first that this was just the visitor center, but I guess, yeah, I misread. Wellness Resort. So for dining, important. They've got Heart of Texas Steakhouse. Jim's Place, nice. McDonald's, Mediterranean Cafe, Perkins Restaurant and Bakery, and Pizza Hut. You know we're about to be eating the Mystery Pit Pizza Hut soon. I actually ordered it special from this location, so it's gonna taste extra good. Lounges, they got La Cantina, Heart of Texas Lounge, Observation Deck Bar, Topless Tiki's. Shopping, they got Beauty Shop, Convenience Shop, or Stop, sorry, Convenience Stop, Nature's Gifts, ugh, that doesn't, Expedition Outfitter, Entertainment, Comedy Depot, Electrodome, oh, this is an arcade, Jim's Place, again, oh, so it's like a country music bar and probably restaurant, yeah, sandwiches, snacks, soft drinks, cold beer, nice. Techno Bis, a high-energy neon dance club with lasers and pyrotechnics, ballast-based cocktails. I kinda wanna go to Techno Bis, bro. What? That'd be insane. Imagine the raves there. I've never been to a rave, but I imagine it'd be just like Blade. Entertainment. We already read this. Recreation, hiking, ranger-led hiking tours. Ambulator Intrepid Safari. View exotic wildlife and seldom seen areas of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park while riding inside a comfortable off-trail excursion vehicle. Tours depart from the Vive Garage located on level B2. Tours run Monday to Friday, departing at 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Tours last approximately 3 hours. Tickets available at the guest service desk or by dialing 11 on your in-room telephone. Gentle Farms Petting Zoo. Located on level B2, open daily from 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. Features lovable, petable, and defanged wildlife. No. From within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, ideal for small children and those who are easily frightened. Participants must sign a liability release waiver, of course. Of course. Dip pizza in flesh for extra tang. Ranger for a day. Learn the ins and outs of what it takes to be a National Park Service Ranger. Joyful day of hands-on learning. Wildlife tracking, material orienteering, flora identification, knot tying, bone climbing, trauma management, and reasonable stewardship of the environment. Breakfast and lunch provided, ages 13 plus. Limit 4 per group. Cool. Oh, we got a whole, like, guide to the room. We got room controls and everything. Thermal spa. Inspired by the unique rituals of the American Southwest, blended with the sublime wonder and bounty of the Mystery Flesh Pit, the thermal spa at the Interpark Wellness Resort is world-class wellness facility unlike anything on Earth. Amniotic springs or amniotic hot springs are modeled after the natural amniotic ballast bulbules found within the park, but are reinterpreted in soothing contemporary materials for a calming bathing experience. The baths within the thermal spa feature full potency ballast pumped directly from adjacent bulbules at a temperature of 104 Fahrenheit. Can someone translate that to Celsius for me? Baths may be booked privately for parties up to 6 individuals. I need trauma management classes. Spa treatments. Indulge in a complete selection of therapies designed to relax and rejuvenate. Signature facial. Turn back time with our facial treatment. Natural amniotic ballast combined with interesting local minerals reduce years of aging and have demonstrated treatments of scars, blemishes, and carcinoma in minutes. It's totally not at all like adrenochrome at all. Signature massage. Experience sublime serenity with a massage designed to leave you relaxed and refreshed. Begin with an application of our signature blended aromatherapy oil infused ballast blend, followed by a hydrating body souffle. What? The relaxation continues with a soothing scalp massage and cool stone pressure point massage. We finish it all off with a hydrating foot treatment, including reflexology for the ultimate treat. Suspicious. Blossoming peach fusion treatment. Unwind with a combination of massage and body treatment. We start with citrus sugar scrub that is gently wiped off with warm towels. Finish with a customized massage using our proprietary ballast enzyme number 7. Blend signature manicure and our pedicure. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Total wellness. The Interpark Wellness Resort is pleased to offer a revolutionary new addition to our therapeutic regime, a fully immersive experience that combines the relaxed natural beauty, exceptional hospitality, and healing spa treatments of the thermal spa with the benefits of cutting-edge neuroscience and ritualistic medicine inspired by a collection of Eastern and Western mystical practices. Our total wellness retreat draws upon the powerful benefits of ballast-assisted therapy and is designed to be an adjacent to your ongoing physiotherapy regimens. Held in a lightly structured environment and surrounded by the unique Neolithic aesthetic of the original surface ritual sites, guests may achieve new levels of psychosexual and paracognitive enrichment. Along the way, you'll engage in personal exploration through guided sessions with our total wellness staff of mystical science practitioners and kama technicians. It's hard to read. The text is very small. With tantric attendance available as needed. The treatment encourages a complete reset of the nervous system in a supportive environment that provides a beneficial time out from the burdens of reality and a physical mind. Oh, that sounds like fusion with the meat wall waiting to happen. The Interpark Wellness Resort is not a medical practice or medical facility. We partner with Anodyne Pharmaceuticals to deliver ballast-assisted therapy, medical, and other services out of our total wellness retreat. Our process is designed to open doors to the possibility of living a longer and more fulfilling life. Major transformations generally require ongoing work, often with a trained professional. After your chemical journey, you may wish to meet with a therapist or a counselor to integrate what changes may have occurred mentally, physically, and spiritually into your daily life. The Interpark Wellness Resort is happy to recommend the specialized resources of Anodyne Pharmaceuticals continuing care to help you continue to process these revelations. And then it says all the times: laundry, lost found luggage, pets, pharmacy, room service, valuables, vending machine, wake-up calls, wheelchairs. If gastric debris in or organic film is obstructing window view, use this button to start the automatic cleaning process. If the cleaning mechanism because of jams are obstructed by material during the cleaning cycle, please touch 4 on the guest room phone to alert a technician. The humidity control switch regulates the temperature within the intersection of the exterior panoramic window within your room. If window is fogged or obscured by moisture within the window cavity, use the dial to adjust the temperature until it matches the gastric environment temperature displayed on the thermometer. The internal circulation fan will start automatically when dial is adjusted. Here, let me zoom out a bit. Physically, is that how I get 4 arms? Scans of an in-room service brochure from the resort hotel constructed within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, most likely from around 1998 to 2000. It took them, just under 20 years to build after approving the construction. The Interpark Wellness Resort was one of the most ambitious achievements of the NPS Anodyne partnership and saw healthy attendance and continual growth throughout its ill-fated service life. This service brochure gives a glimpse into the scale of development that was occurring within the national park and should indicate the degree to which Anodyne and its partners were making fortunes from the exploitation of the Permian Basin superorganism. Let's see. Voyage beyond the unknown and behold a wider world of nightmares and dreams. Seek out the sublime corpus of the cosmos made flesh. Gaze into the mirror well of the deep and find answers in noises and smells and macabre and fantastic sights and sounds. All of the old doubts may return, but we'll be right here with you every step of the way. Visitor information desk. Whoa. Ventrial Environment Excursion Vehicle. Passenger Safari variant. This is what they would ride for the tours, the Fauna tours. The Ventrial Environment Excursion Vehicle was developed by Anodyne Inc. in the late 1970s to act as a multi-role utility vehicle platform for applications within the Mystery Flesh Pit. The vehicle architecture employs a set of twin counter-oriented screws for propulsion, as the wet and uneven interior of the Mystery Flesh Pit anatomy makes wheels, tracks, and other conventional locomotive strategies ineffective. Oh my god. Boarding umbilical block position. So these screws are under the meat. These screws are literally under the meat floor, and they're screwing through the flesh to travel. That is insane. Though cargo, flatbed, liquid transport, and wildlife transport variants of the Vive could be found throughout the park, the safari variant was the most familiar to park guests For the price of an ambulatory ticket, visitors to the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park would be driven on a 3-hour tour of some of the most spectacular and inaccessible locations within the park, all while sitting in complete comfort. The tour vehicles comfortably seated 8 guests with room for 1 stewardess and tour guide, and 2 drivers located in a low cab beneath the front of the vehicle. Inside the main cabin were 8 rotatable push seats, a small lavatory, and a small galley kitchenette for serving refreshments. Powerful lights on the exterior of the vehicle allowed guests to view the otherwise dark pit interior through large reinforced cabin windows. The vehicle was powered by 2 diesel engines connected to a proprietary transmission, which provided the necessary horsepower and torque to easily traverse through the interior of the Mystery Flesh Pit. For navigation, a large ultrasonic instrument in the nose of the Vive provided drivers with a 3-dimensional map of the anatomy within a 40-mile, 30-degree cone directly in front of the vehicle. Tragically, several dozen guests were trapped and later died within these vehicles during the following of the 2007 disaster. At least 1 vehicle was crushed completely flat, while the door hatch of another was forcefully pried open by opportunistic and hungry park wildlife during the chaos. Perhaps the most well-known incident, as portrayed in the 2012 film Fire in the Deep, involved an armed mining rig and its crew, which were able to escort and protect 2 full tour vehicles until they could safely escape to the surface, though the crew and tunneling vehicle were gruesomely destroyed by a large parasitic organism. The grim legacy of the Vive has not diminished the utility of the craft, however, and the vehicles have continued to be used by the Permian Basin Recovery Corporation well into the present day to shuttle researchers. Oh, look at that. To shuttle researchers and other limited personnel through various sections of the former national park. Oh, we're at the circus clown Simus. No laughing matter, though it may look like a colorful ice cream birthday cake covered in glazed frosting. This calcified formation is anything but festive. In 1976, a group of performers accidentally fell into the upper maw of the entry orifice, while the soft flesh of the pit throat somewhat cushioned the performer's fall. The unexpected dilation of an epiglottal fold allowed them to slide down into a then unreinforced area of the pit. Also, 1 second. I must be right back. I think I can go get my pizza now.
For everyone who loves meat and loves pizza, Pizza Hut introduces our new Meat Lovers Pizza. It's loaded with 6 delicious meats and a blend of cheeses.
You can't find a more powerful computer in this century. Oh my god, are these the human computers? AD1 organic tissue interface technology. Only a few years ago, large data processing tasks were the domain of bulky, powerful, and expensive mainframe systems. Now in 1984, Anodyne has introduced the world's first desktop supercomputer, utilizing state-of-the-art neural interface technology derived from the nervous tissue of the Permian Basin superorganism. The AD1 represents a new era in home and business computing. How powerful is the AD1? Try 8 million floating point operations per second. Not impressed? Add 4 terabytes of organic tissue memory storage, 12 gigabytes of RAM, and built-in interfacing capability with every major software developer on the market. If these don't sell you on the AD1, then the low price point and low maintenance costs will. Contact your local computer retailer. Did it say $80? That is something else. One of the many lucrative results of the development of the Mystery Flesh Pit were tremendous advances in the fields of computer science and cybernetics. The American conglomerate Anodyne, Inc. pioneered the design and development of wetware computing in the early 1980s by harvesting living nervous tissue from the Permian Basin superorganism. The processing capabilities provided by these living tissues were decades ahead of technology at the time and allowed Anodyne a brief, commanding share of an already saturated computer market. While the user interface of these computers were similar to other machines of the time, the resource requirements necessary to power the electrical systems as well as the living tissue life support systems made them expensive to operate and almost impossible to repair without highly specialized equipment. Following the 2007 incident, which permanently closed the pit and plunged the company into bankruptcy, Anodyne was forced to dissolve its cybernetics division and related assets. Today, even late-model Wetwear machines are rare to find outside of computer museums, as maintaining the internal organic tissues of these computers has been made effectively impossible with the loss of the proprietary knowledge and equipment after Anodyne was shuttered. What is this? Geologic strata, nominal organic tissue, exotic tissue. Lateral expedition route. Lower staging facility. Is this the first trek? I'm not sure what this is. Oh, so they're getting some other benefits of the pit beside it being a tourist resort. Yeah, it seems like they definitely get a lot of like unique organic materials from the pit for sure. Looks like mining, like drilling for oil maps. Oh, wait. So do you think that this is then the first like couple maps they had when they found the pit? Because that's originally what he was doing, was he was scouting for oil. That could be relevant. That could be like an old diagram from right before the pit was found or something. Taking core samples? Oh, actually no, because I guess they mentioned organic tissue and exotic tissue, so they already knew it was there. Maybe it was probably shortly after then, when they didn't really know what they were looking at. Take it from me, but you can keep a good man down with the right benefits and incentives. Are you tired of the humdrum of traditional forestry work? Do your daily duties feel routine? Is your life lacking a sense of thrilling adventure? Why not consider a tour with the Mystery Flesh Pit Park Ranger Program? The Permian Basin Superorganism Natural Preserve is always taking applications and offers a tremendous benefit package, including PTO, full medical, dental, psychiatric, vision insurance, life insurance, early retirement, eligibility, as well as ample opportunities for expedient advancement. Tackle the most challenging and rewarding assignment in the entire park system by talking with your supervisor about a transfer to the Mystery Flesh Pit today. I wonder why they were so eager to hire people. I have no idea. Inter-service recruitment bulletin, undated. Oh, there's a fan novel. I did hear about this actually. Huh. Maybe we'll read the fan novel one day. Sanctify, magazine of the Southern Baptist Association. Baptist Convention denounces exploration of Mystery Pit. A foul tunnel to Lucifer himself. Buried by the Almighty, enjoyed by the damned. Oh. Buried, huh? Buried by the fucking like aliens with the crazy skeletons that they found in the bottom of the meat pit. Honestly, the buried thing I didn't really think of. My first thought was like it was growing in the earth organically somehow, but Dante's Inferno, yeah. Could the Texas superorganism be the beast of Revelations? Biblical historians weigh in. Also in this issue, socialist origins of National Park Service. Nice. Interesting. Abominations from the deep. It is well known that there was a swell of protests from evangelical Christian groups during the early heydays of the Mystery Flesh Pit. Thanks in part to associations with the ongoing satanic panic, there were accusations of demonic activity originating from the pit itself, with numerous cries of moral corruption stemming from the many less than penitent activities which took place within the park, as the war on drugs, the aforementioned satanic panic, the AIDS epidemic, and other topics came to the forefront of evangelical Christian concerns during the 1980s, the Mystery Flesh Pit panic faded into obscurity. The inclusion of a dedicated, if albeit non-denominational, chapel in the 1990s renovation of the Lower Visitor Center seemed to be the watershed moment at which the God-fearing and now anodyne stock-owning vocal leadership of many of these organizations accepted the Mystery Flesh Pit as nothing more than a noteworthy oddity on Texas maps. Nice. A global leader in industrial equipment, geosurveying, construction, deep earth excavation, civil engineering, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, resource extraction, supply chain logistics, site security, metaphysical solutions, software development. Anodyne was originally founded as the Anchor Mineral Corporation in 1923. In 1958, the Anchor Mineral Corporation merged with Dynamic Equipment, LLC, to form a new company known as Anodyne Deep Earth Learning. Later changed to Anodyne. Headquartered in Arlington, Texas, and prior to its 2008 restructuring, Anodyne Corporation was the 23rd largest American company by revenue. Globally, Anodyne employed over 28,000 people. It operated 7 major research, development, and production facilities around the world, 6 of which were in the United States. The company was instrumental in the containment efforts following the 2007 disaster, but was ultimately unable to avoid a full investigation by the Commission of Geobiological Resources and Public Safety, CGR, which uncovered an alarming number of safety violations and poor management practices. In the months after this disaster, the company filed for bankruptcy, with its assets either sold or incorporated into the restructured Permian Basin Recovery and Superorganism Containment Corporation. Under heavy regulatory oversight, the primary function of the PBRSCC is to monitor the Permian Basin superorganism and to produce and administer the industrial sedatives necessary to prevent the organism from entering an active state. The PBRSCC also oversees damage payouts to the victims of the 2007 tragedy. It's a very ominous logo. Oh, here's a notice. Respiratory mucosal folds are unmarked. Exercise caution to avoid entrapment. Trail notice sign. Interventorial camping equipment user guide. Oh. Unique tents. Please take a moment to familiarize yourself with the many features and capabilities of this interventorial camping equipment kit. Your life may depend on it. Let's zoom in a little bit. Interventorial camping, or backcountry camping, within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park's many unreinforced natural trails, offers unparalleled challenges and opportunities to the serious hiker and outdoorsman. Leaving behind the illuminated and ventilated infrastructure of the main park area requires more than exceptional physical endurance and psychological fortitude. The environment of the pit necessitates the use of machinery specifically designed to help you get the most out of your hiking adventure. The yellow bag in your kit contains your interventorial tent. Unlike traditional tents, this tent has been designed specifically to accommodate 2 hikers within the inner anatomy of the Mystery Flesh Pit. The sturdy frame, once assembled, will protect you from the potentially crushing action of peristaltic muscle action while you sleep, while the special fabric on the tent prevents the pit from leaching moisture from your body. The orange bag in your kit contains your support pack, an all-in-one unit designed to provide you with electrical power, illumination, a propane stove, and conditioned air. Also contained in the orange bag are the necessary hoses to connect your support pack to the interventorial tent. Coin-operated hiking support kiosks are located at 5-mile intervals along natural trails. Trails? I'm suddenly unable to read. These illuminated stations each provide a clean water nozzle, a gasoline nozzle, desiccant filters, exhaust filters, snack and cigarette vending, nice cigarette vending, and an emergency telephone line to power the lower visitor center. Your support pack is designed to be replenished at these kiosks. Please do not dispose of used filters or trash at these stations or along trail routes. Used filters may be recycled at the lower visitor center. I think it was a giant mud fish from during Pangea and is buried. Oh, buried itself on dry land and then tectonic shift traps it. I like to believe there were more of them all around the world buried deep within. Honestly, yeah. I don't even that like It honestly could have just been an evolution thing from giant dino fish pretty much submerging themselves in mud and like encasing themselves in mud and learning how to survive in situations like that. That is I really like that theory too. That's really interesting. Also, like ancient creatures like fossils and things like that are innately a little bit scary too, so just wanted to make fish theory based. Remember to stay fully hydrated as the high temperature, high humidity environment can quickly lead to dehydration when combined with strenuous physical activity. Do not approach any wildlife you encounter while hiking. Observe from a distance, but do not attempt to disturb any interpit life forms. Exercise an attitude of respect and courtesy for fellow hikers. You may encounter, for many, the act of hiking a multi-day natural trail is a deeply personal and intimate journey made by people of many different lifestyles and backgrounds. However, if another party invites you to join them for a meal or psychosexual ritual, consider it. Ugh. What happens on the trails stays on the trails. Natural trails within the Mystery Flesh Pit exist in complete damp darkness. Please ensure that your personal and camp lights are operational before setting out. When finished, please return your interventorial camping equipment kit to the hiking equipment checkout counter on level 4 of the lower visitor center. It kind of looks like, you guys know geodomes? It's like a North Face tent for hiking. Kind of looks like the geodome. What's picture 1? I think it's just a diagram of where the tent will expand from. Like the space you need for the tent. Yeah. And then here's the collapsed tent. Unfold upper and lower sections. And then it goes out to this crazy shape. And this is from above, I'm pretty sure. Of the many activities available to visitors to the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, perhaps the most difficult and challenging were the many natural trails and hiking routes. These natural trails, unlike the reinforced and enclosed tour trails familiar to most park visitors, were well respected and infamous among hiking enthusiasts for the intense endurance required to successfully hike a full route. Climbing, caving, diving, and orienting were all skills demanded by a trail hike, though the introduction of the interventorial camping equipment kit made the logistics a manageable prospect for park guests. For a $130 deposit, pairs of visitors could rent a kit from the park's lower visitor center for up to 2 weeks at a time. While revolutionary for the time and essential for any serious attempt at camping within the entrails of the Mystery Flesh Pit, many have complained about the noise and weight of the support packs, as well as the claustrophobia of the tent designs. Today, surviving units in operating condition are often used by Antarctic research personnel on extended expeditions where vehicular shelters are not viable. That actually makes sense. Okay, so zoom out. I think it is fauna time. So let's start from the beginning and see what we can get. Okay, cool. These tube-like mollusks are similar to a shellless clam or mussel. Let me see a bit. They can grow up to a length of 2 meters and are equipped with 2 retractable mucosal proboscises, which branch into many thousands of microscopic tubes. These small tubes, which are able to penetrate even the densest tissues by finding microscopic fractures in its structure, sap liquid moisture from which the leech feeds. Aquifer leech are typically found in well-oxygenated aquatic environments within the pit, such as moisture crops and water bladders. They inhabit the soft, porous substrates of these aquatic environments, often forming large aggregations to feed on nutrient-rich organic matter suspended in the water. The aquifer leech also provide an important ecological service as they help to aerate and clean the substrate of these aquatic bodies by consuming organic material and expelling crystal clear water in the process. Aside from their ecological importance, the species have been utilized to treat water to an extremely high purity, requiring far less energy than a traditional desalination plant. Additionally, their mucosal proboscis is used in medical research as a way to perform research on the human vascular system and its response to various conditions. So he's a friendly guy. Wildlife safety. Your visit to the Mystery Flesh Pit can be a most pleasurable and rewarding experience, or it can be a time of vexation, distress, or even tragedy. Much depends on how you and your family observe these simple guidelines and avoid designated hazards. Take a minute to read these simple but important safety rules, then go on to a pleasant park experience. Visitors and wildlife within the Mystery Flesh Pit often frequent the same areas within the park. It is likely that park wildlife and visitors will encounter one another, but by remaining calm and following the basic advice of experienced bacteriobiologists, you increase your odds of a positive outcome for both yourself and the wildlife. Know before you go. All visitors who partake on self-guided excursions beyond reinforced and enclosed trails within the Mystery Flesh Pit are required to attend an orientation at the lower visitor center. During this orientation, a park ranger will inform you about areas that are closed to visitors due to high fauna activity or recent wildlife/human encounters. It is important to be aware when camping and hiking within the Mystery Flesh Pit to avoid wildlife foraging areas, chimal deposits, gastric bladders, surface wildlife carcass mounds, etc. Contact park staff to obtain current information on wildlife safety issues. Note, once inside the greater anatomy of the pit, rangers may be able to assist you, but ultimately, you're on your own. We got an identification manual here. Fungal growth. While not typically considered wildlife, large fungal colonies are commonly encountered throughout the Mystery Flesh Pit and should be treated as potentially dangerous. Many varieties of fungal growths exist native to the pit, though they all share a few common characteristics, such as proximity to amniotic spring fluid bladders, as well as spores which are toxic to humans. Park staff routinely prune known fungal outcroppings, which attempt to grow near developed areas of human activity, but visitors should remain alert as to not accidentally stumble or fall into a colony. Compound surface fauna. On rare occasions, abyssal copepods and other park wildlife will venture outside of the pit and pull surface animals such as deer, livestock, coyotes, and rabbits into the Mystery Flesh Pit. If not eaten by park fauna, these animals may undergo a fascinating phenomenon known as anatomical amalgamation. This process, which is not fully understood by park scientists, results in the creation of a compound organism, which is a hybrid of constituent surface animals. No two of these amalgamations are the same, though the resulting physiology often results in similar conditions such as partial fusing of major body elements and relocation of internal organs to locations on the exterior of the body. Because of the gruesome and seemingly haphazard nature of these combinations, many compound surface fauna do not live beyond a few hours or days from the time when they are discovered. Should you encounter a shambling compound surface fauna, please do not feed it or otherwise engage in activity which could prolong its suffering. Oh God. In the extremely unlikely event that you encounter an amalgamation containing one or more human constituent organisms, contact a park ranger immediately via one of the emergency telephones installed along trail routes. Macrobacteria. The most common organism encountered by park visitors during excursions into the park are the various subspecies of macrobacteria. While resembling their microscopic counterparts, these creatures are multicellular and reach sizes of up to 12 feet long. The feeding mechanism of macrobacteria is believed to be related to cystic nutrient ganglions found within the Mystery Flesh Pit, around which macrobacteria congregate in substantial numbers. Osmotic diffusions of proteins, lipids, and minerals from within these ganglia into the microbacteria appear to drive their asexual reproduction capability. Macrobacteria often migrate in colonies consisting of many dozens of individuals through feeding areas within the pit's anatomy. Though generally passive in nature, macrobacteria are aggressively territorial of feeding zones and pose a risk to human life through suffocation via an oral groove or through caustic bifurcation. Abyssal copepods. As the name suggests, abyssal copepods tend to avoid lights, machinery, and other human activity wherever possible, preferring to reside in deeper areas within the mystery flesh pit. Unlike macrobacteria, abyssal copepods are predatory and survive by hunting other life forms within the pit. These unusual arthropods have hard, chitinous carapaces coated in a waxy secretion which allows them to easily slip and travel within the pit while remaining somewhat protected from the conventional deterrents such as firearms and electric discharge weapons. Abyssal copepods are considered hazardous to the safety and well-being of park staff, park visitors, as well as commercial mining operations within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. These are them here. Oh, they're quite skeletal. It's almost like a human, like, torso being protected by some sort of carapace, you know? Basic safety tips. As the number of visitors to the Mystery Flesh Pit increases, so does the number of human/wildlife encounters. The vast majority of these encounters do not result in wildlife injury or fatality. What about humans? You can help prevent injury to yourself, to others, and to park infrastructure by taking a few basic precautions. Minimize disturbance of anatomical fauna. If you see flora or fauna within the park and it does not appear to notice you, back out of sight and change your course. Move out of the area quietly, observe at a safe distance without approaching or otherwise disturbing it. Disturbance is evident whenever wildlife change their behavior because of you. If it stops eating and looks up, raises antennae, secretes scent enzymes, or begins making territorial clicks while trying to locate you, you are too close. While many life forms within the pit seem to be tolerant of human presence at distances further than 200 yards, each creature is different. Use telephoto lenses and endoscopes wherever possible. Allow migrating bacterial colonies to pass by your camp undisturbed. If you have made sure that the wildlife is aware of your presence, so it is not surprised, and have kept all your gear under your direct control, allow any organism you encounter to travel unhindered. You may just be afforded the opportunity to safely observe these amazing creatures in their natural environment. Exercise proper equipment handling. Do not leave equipment unattended. This includes stent frames, tents, climbing, cleats, water bottles, and weapons. Consider using a portable electric fence to discourage aggressive wildlife such as copepods from investigating your camp. I guess, yeah, they'd be able to use human tools if they have proper arms and hands. In areas with damage to amniotic bladders, minimize the amount of fluid that contaminates your gear and clothes. Many life forms within the pit have extraordinary senses of smell and depend on phosphoproteins, within the fluid in order to survive. Some will attempt to hunt you if they smell strong concentrations on your persons or equipment. Though the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park remained a model of visitor safety until the disaster which led to its closure, the natural hazards of the pit necessitated guests being aware of the nature of the attraction they were descending into. This brochure, combined with a mandatory 3-minute orientation film shown in the lower visitor center, was intended to act as a minimum standard of readiness for inexperienced park guests. Park service staff, rangers, and anodyne mining personnel received much more in-depth training as part of their operations within the pit. Mr. Colton Fleming, Jackson Surveying Incorporated. Dear Colton, now you know more than most how I may be prone to hyperbole on occasion. Let me zoom out a bit, these big words are confusing me. But those Whitmer boys that called on Monday are onto something amazing. I mean, really, truly amazing. This isn't any mineral deposit, Colton. At least not like anything I've seen. I went ahead and sent some samples for you and Chris to start looking at. I didn't think you all would believe me if I didn't. This thing that those old boys found is some kind of organic deposit that must go down at least 500 or 600 feet by my reckoning. Not a fungus either. This thing breathes and makes sounds same as any other creature, and it bleeds. God, how it bleeds. Colton, it's a mess out here. John and some of the others think it might be something from outer space. Most of the hombres we brought out to start from the excavation call it Diablo de Bajo. Sorry, I'm not Spanish. De Bajo, I think. And are real wary of going too close to what we figure must be the mouth of this thing. Right now, I don't think I care about what it is or where it came from. I'm an oil man, and I think we're onto something real big out here. Once you and Chris start looking at these samples, go ahead and give Lenny a call to send out his crew, and make sure they bring at least 4 excavators. Pay them whatever they ask to make it fast. Also, there's a card in here for a fella in Carlbad with some pretty heavy-duty spelunking gear. Pay him whatever he wants to get here by Friday or Saturday. I'll call Beverly to have her put out our other jobs on hold for 3 weeks, but you should remind her anyway. We need to move real fast on this. Dale Whitmer already left this morning to find someone in Gumption to come take some photos. It'll be a circus once that happens. God help us if the feds come and lock it down. There's something about this thing that's important. I don't want to see something this special get in the hands of some goddamn game warden. Regards, James Jackson. Jackson Surveying Incorporated. What are these? Oh, it's like motel notes. That's awesome. I love the sketch. This is so badass. Okay. August 24th, 1973. Dear Colton, things are really just starting to take off down here. At around 3 or so last night, we broke a new depth record of 1,800 feet vertical descent from the maw. It's a damn shame you and other folks are so spooked by this pit. To be down here in it is really something else. Now, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying it's easy. God almighty, it is tough getting around doing... Sorry, it's scratched. Around down in its gullet and such. A man's gotta have an iron constitution or a mighty thick skull, and lucky me that the good Lord has seen it to bless me with both. Some of the boys here have rigged up scuba gear, and we've been able to squeeze around down here with some effort. Giant muscles, giant bones, innards so big you could drive a trailer truck through. Strange critters scuttling about in the dark down here too. Big bugs and germs and worms and other queer things that you won't believe. Some kind of crab thing the size of a coyote crept onto a week and a half ago, and we caught it crawling around the feed trailer. I got a good look at it before one of Dale's boys shot at it and it skittered away. Cool. Nice drawing, he's quite the artist. We had a funeral for the third roustabout to pass away this month on Tuesday. The paper's already talking gossip more than I like, and I'm hopeful that Bill and the other attorneys can keep the vultures and feds at bay. People don't understand until they've seen it and been down inside it, Colton. We're pioneers and explorers here. This is good work. This is God's work. Nobody knows what this mystery pit is, or what it eats, or how long it's been here. We need some guys with real smarts, not oilmen, doctors, scientists, good decent folks who would have nothing to do with this. I'm mighty glad that you've taken responsibility for holding down the fort back home while I'm out here playing the cowboy. You're a good man, Colton. The kind of quality individual they don't make anymore. Maybe I'm hoping I can find some of that goodness myself someday. You're a good man, Colton, the kind of quality individual they don't make anymore. Maybe I'm hoping I can find some of that goodness myself someday. Maybe down in the belly of this beast. Give Samantha and the baby my regards. Jim Jackson. P.S. There's a company out of Fort Worth that I've called up to help with the exploration. I attached their card to this letter. Give the geologists a call and let them know the details. I'm told they're very good at what they do. Anodyne Deep Earth Mining Company. If you can't see, there's here, I'll zoom in. Major parasitic fauna. Bone mite. Macrobacterium. Lesser copepod. Abyssal copod. Stinging triocanth. That's terrifying. Gangliotide. This is great. This specifically is insane. Jeez. Amorphous shame. Gastric bristleworm. Oh god. Shrieking cloistropod. Greater ballast siren. Lesser ballast siren. This chart and many others like it were produced by the Park Service as an educational tool for use in classrooms, museums, and universities. Popular among natural history enthusiasts, the illustrations featured on these posters were the result of intensive expeditions and surveys into the Mystery Flesh Pit. While visitors are almost certain to encounter common fauna, such as the myriad of macrobacteria subspecies, many organisms such as the Venice shamble and abyssal copod tend to evade trails and high traffic areas, making them difficult to spot. As a practical tool, these illustrations were useful in training wildlife management rangers in proper firearm techniques for safely dispatching a dangerous organism. For this reason, the designers of this and other charts attempted to represent the scale of the organisms in relation to each other as accurately as possible. They don't have a scale on the page, though. I guess we know that sometimes, usually these are around like 7 feet, so everything here is pretty big. The macrobacterium can get really big too, supposedly. Mystery Flesh Pit. Yeah, this is just a general map. Visitor Center, pit entry orifice, estimated upper extent of organism. Upper moisture crop. Hard palate. This profile survey is one of the many examples produced early in the development of the Mystery Flesh Pit. The New Jackson Survey, conducted by surveyor James Slip and Jim Jackson, combined many prior smaller surveys with new speleological data obtained by Jackson's team. Notably, Jackson's surveying expedition marked the discovery of such features as the Fondue Village, the Kime Bladder, and the Pleasure Domes. Missing from this early survey are deeper portions of the pit anatomy, such as the gift gardens and copod barrows, as these sections would remain inaccessible until the introduction of the Grumman IAV in 1978. We read about that. This survey was printed in several national publications and was a primary piece of marketing information until an updated computer-aided survey was conducted in 1980. Meet the mesoglial tridecapod. Oh, he's got quite the face. This fear versus fact, you can kind of see it. Yeah, you can see it here. It's very poorly set up. It looks like it says versus fear fact. Though commonly considered a nuisance animal, the mesoglial tridecapod is a fascinating species which plays an important role within the unique ecosystem of Mystery Flesh Pit National Park by filtering out potentially harmful blood-based parasites. 13-footed. Tridecapods are so named because of their 13 legs, 12 of which are elongated and used for locomotion, with a 13th modified leg plated in durable keratinous segments used as a head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then why wouldn't they just say 12-legged if it's more like a head? These quasi-vertebrates pose no threat to humans, as despite their fearsome appearance, they're non-venomous and passive, tending to congregate around high-voltage areas associated with park infrastructure. In addition to aiding in navigation, these ferrometallic keratinous plates are... Oh, the text is eroded. Are something to either attract a male or fend off potential predators. Sponge-like mucosal membranes are ideally suited for ventral environments. Sensory ganglia. Oh, that's what's coming out of the eyes. Reproductive egg sac hangs below mouth. Ew. Wedge-shaped modified foot allows tricopods to easily slip and slide within the ventral environment inside the Permian Basin superorganism. Oh, I guess because they use the head like a foot a lot. That's probably why it's still called a leg. Dorsal view. That is... Oh. Eggs are laid and hatch deep within the mesogliatic firmament biome of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park in early autumn and spend the next 2 months crawling up to the tertiary arterial ring of the Permian Basin superorganism. As they mature, tricopods migrate from heart to heart along this vascular chain, spending as long as a week clustered in large groups around the coronal arteries of tertiary hearts. Venereobiologists theorize that tricopods prefer the coronal arteries due to the lower pressure of these vessels when compared to the larger interheart arteries, while choosing to migrate for reasons of security and nutrient diversity. Sorry, the text is pretty eroded here. Mesoglial tricopods mate in the mid to late summer in a ritual in which species gorge themselves with repeated arterial incisions before the females descend into the mesogliatic firmament to lay eggs and begin the cycle anew. Since the introduction of man-made electrical infrastructure within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, tricopods often mistake electrical conduit cables for arteria vessels. Tragedy follows when these animals attempt to feed by cutting into the cables, resulting in electrocution of the tricopod and costly downtime maintenance of the park electrical system. Electric navigation. Like many subterranean species, tricopods are completely blind and must utilize other forms of sensory information to navigate. Instead of eyes or ears, these animals are equipped with 2 sensory ganglia clusters on either side of their modified leg, which enable tricopods to see electric field gradients. These highly sensitive nodes are then augmented by keratinous plates which are impregnated with ferrometallic flakes, allowing this sense to be focused like an electromagnetic telescope almost immediately after hatching. Young tricopods use this something, that word has completely vanished, electric sensitivity to seek out the electric cardiac impulses which drive heart contractions within the tertiary arterial system. Fear versus fact. Fear. Tricopods are vampires. Fact. Mesoglial tricopods are herbivores, obtaining vital nutrients directly from the organic red blood of the Mystery Flesh Pit. Their specialized mouth parts enable tricopods to open incisions in coronary arteries, with surgical precision, preventing bleeding and infection. Using 2 special proboscis tubes, tricopods ingest flesh, red blood, and filter out nutrients before ejecting the filtered blood back into the artery. When finished, a resin is secreted from a special gland to seal the wound before moving to a new feeding site. Wow. That's actually beautiful. They're quite docile little creatures. Wild about nature. Wildlife Incident Report. Oh, this is a blank. Form to be used for all reporting all accidents arising from wildlife. Interesting. Wildlife involved. Oh, and they have all the surface animals as well, just in case they were dragged down there. As any park ranger could tell you, no volume of safeguards or training will prevent a park guest from interfering with wildlife. The notoriously dangerous environment of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park necessitated a highly specialized corps of rangers to respond to incidents involving wildlife and guest safety. But this was often not enough to prevent tragedy. With the 2007 closure of the Mystery Flesh Pit, removing much of the context surrounding the activities within the former park, it is easy to look at these sorts of ephemeral traces of hazard management with a sense of detached wisdom that mischaracterizes the fundamental draw of the park in the first place. The danger was a heavily marketed inherent thrill and major attractor of visitors. It was the management of those hazards which presented the real and insidious problem of the pit. Evolution of the amorphous shame. Whoa, what is this life cycle? Who needs a body? Did you know that the amorphous shame got its name from its appearance as an ungainly clump of organs? Because these shy creatures live their entire lives within folds or pockets within the moist insides of the mystery flesh pit, they have no need for traits like bones, skin, or eyes. Instead of foraging for food, the amorphous shame extends a siphon tube, appendage beyond a flesh burrow to slurp up liquid aminos and proteins, which grow and leak from nutrient sacs within the mystery flesh pit's anatomy. By losing eyes and other organs, the amorphous shame has cleverly reduced its caloric metabolic requirements. Oh my god. That is terrifying! Look at this! Wet noodle! A life spent suckling at nutrient... Okay, wait, let's start from the beginning. Mustela subterrana, more commonly known as the amorphous shame, is a rare and fascinating form of wildlife unique to the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. These unshapely creatures puzzled scientists and ethicists for years, but thanks to DNA sequencing, biologists today have a comprehensive idea of how these interesting animals came to be. Bro, tag yourself. I'm definitely 12 or 11.2 MYA. I'm stage 4 every morning when I wake up for work. Around 14.8 MYA, a common ancestor of both the amorphous shame and long-tailed weasel, enters an orifice of the Permian Basin superorganism. Mustela subterrana begins to elongate in form to better navigate the anatomical interpret environment. Interpret. 4 MYA. Adaptation to the caustic environment has left the amorphous shame hairless, toothless, and blind. Liquid bolus from environmental processes provides sustenance. A life spent suckling at nutrient nodes has atrophied the muscles and skeleton of Mustela subterrana. Eyes and limbs are completely vestigial. Present day, shown removed from burrow. Jesus. The curiously named amorphous shame is a strange and highly unique animal found living within pockets of flesh inside the mystery flesh pit. The name was earned by the appearance of the creatures, which seem to be living collections of loose organs. In reality, amorphous shames have simply been shaped by the forces around them. In much the same way that contemporary domestic dog breeds barely resemble their wolf ancestors. Huh. That is really true, honestly. I bet someone's seeing, like, a bred pug from billions of years ago or millions of years ago or whatever, when they first like saw wolves, would be like, what the hell is that? Gift gardens. Oh, but no info. It's just the picture. What even is this? Huh. Maybe we'll learn about it later. Ferrari of Dallas. This is October 1975. Miss Frost. This is to Miss Rachel Frost from the Ferrari Dallas dealership. Please excuse my remarks, but I am more than surprised after finding out about your interview with the Austin Sun after you accused me. Wait, who is this from? Oh, James Jackson. Okay. After you accused me of just about every kind of violation of nature possible, my crew and I graciously went out of our way to give you and your friends a personal tour of every aspect of our operation down in Gumption. I believe if you would ask anyone present during that tour, they would have been more than inclined to believe that things were capital A all right, even amicable. So imagine my shock when today I read myself and the hard-working folks at Anodyne, our cohort of blunt and thoroughly thoughtless rabble engaged in the systematic torture and rape of the greatest natural discovery in a generation. Now, I get that you and I see the world differently, and that's okay, but to say those kinds of things is an outright lie. As I told you during our first meeting, we were doing the best we can to minimize our impact on this creature, but we also have to protect ourselves and the scientists who go down to study it. Even you yourself were a little shaky being down there with the passages reinforced. Just to show you that my head isn't as dense as you make it out to be in your interview, I asked the Anodyne folks why they weren't handing over the pit to some university or government research outfit, and they said they're just doing a routine exploration of mineral exploration. Wait, a routine exploration of mineral exploration. I know that hearing that'll make you red in the face, but they just wanted me to assure you and the general public that those explorations are mostly a formality to justify their research costs to the corporate bean counters, and that they don't really expect to find anything down there beyond some wholesome natural science. And despite what you said in your paper, they wanted me to make sure you understand that they only want what is best for the organization as they try and make some sense out of it, and to suggest that they plan to allow visitors to go down into it and even commercialize the pit is almost as ridiculous as your claim that I'm a cowboy who's just in it for the money. Damn, his foresight was not very good. Oh yeah, and here's the vehicle damage report. Same as the Fauna one, it's just a blank. Graffiti. Absolutely no visitors without prior authentication from site director. Permian Basin Recovery and Superorganism Containment Corporation. 10 years later. Whoa. Friendly faces. Meet the fine folks who work hard to make sure your visit to the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is safe, healthy, educational, and most of all, fun. Park Ranger. Let's zoom in and read these, actually. These rangers are the core of the National Park Service, with duties from law enforcement to wildlife rescue. They are equipped with a variety of tools and skills to act in almost any situation with the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Interpretive Ranger. Interpretive Rangers provide useful historical and cultural information and also give presentations. Look for them at the visitor center or within enclosed trails. Guide Ranger. Want to explore off-trail? Guide Rangers give special exclusive access tours to some of the most interesting parts of the Mystery Flesh Pit. Reserve your tour spot at the guided tours counter. Medic Ranger. In the unlikely event you become injured while in the park, the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park has an award-winning medical staff trained in a wide array of search and rescue, first response, and traumatic injury care. Technician. All of the infrastructure within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park needs quite a bit of maintenance. Technicians keep the restrooms clean, the trash cans empty, the lights on, and the elevators working. Park Ranger got drift for real? That is really true, honestly. I'm big on the surveyor fit, though. Or the trail engineer fit. Trail engineers open up new passages for trail development while also maintaining existing hiking routes by trimming excess tissue growth. The surveyors are like underground astronauts, bravely venture into unknown parts of the Mystery Flesh Pit. If you see a surveyor getting ready for a descent, give them a wave. Many surveying expeditions require spending several weeks or even months deep within the abyss. Laborer. Building things inside the Mystery Flesh Pit is a tough job. Thankfully, these hard-working laborers, I don't know what that says. It's so small, are happy to work in some of the messiest parts of the pit in order to provide better life for their families. Does it say habla español? Oh my god, are they like taking advantage of like migrant workers and throwing them in the flesh pit? Miners. The workers you see wearing yellow outfits are mining personnel who are working to extract precious bodily fluids, tissues, and other resources from within specially designated areas of the Mystery Flesh Pit. If you see mining activity within a park trail, tell a park ranger or dial 15 on trail phone. Sorry, these words are so small. Geobiologists, venturiobiologists, and other scientists of all type routinely perform research within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Their valuable insight into the health and characteristics of the pit help us to better understand what the pit is and where it comes from. That's right, by bravely venturing into the pit in order to learn more about the nature and world we live in, you are a Mystery Flesh Pit explorer. As an explorer of the pit, it is your job to make sure and the rest of America's national parks are kept clean and beautiful for future explorers. Okay, now the text is too big. This info kiosk was originally installed in the exhibit section of the lower visitor center and was one of the many displays intended to educate guests about specific aspects of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. In this case, the variety of personnel types that might be encountered during a visit, the color palette is reflective of the mid-90s renovation to the lower visitor center, which aimed to create a much more clean, professional, and family-friendly presentation to the entire experience. At its peak, between 200 and 500 public and private personnel would have been active within the park at any given time, with additional hundreds outside the park acting in support roles. Nice little brochure. Winter activities, Mystery Flesh Pit. Beautiful. Aberrant alarm. If this emergency light is blinking, cryptic phenomena has been reported in this area. Never enter a work site with high occult activity. Occult activity? Does that mean what I think it means? They be casting spells and shit. Like, what? Yeah, high occult activity, hello? You think some whack job cult would come down there and do some Cthulhu stuff? I don't know about that. But I mean, there was all those things for, like, religious sites. I don't know, that's odd. Flesh pit workers, prayer. Each day I descend into the deep, cutting meat to earn my keep. I pray to my Father in heaven above that I might return to those I love. If somehow death and I should meet, as even the flesh pit needs to eat. I want my loved ones to be sure that in Jesus' arms I am secure. Damn. Prolonged skin contact with nervous tissue may result in an increased color perception range. This effect is temporary and often dissipates in 8 to 10 hours. Whoa. Oh my god, what? I guess this is what they were talking, like, it's funny because it is just like the researcher wrote in one of those posts, how they use such clinical, like, corporate language that it's so vague, but when you really, like, look deep at everything, like, people were having otherworldly, like, mental awakenings in the pit. That's insane. This is a really cute drawing. Trail Park Engineer. Oh, this is his stick. That's what the sticks do. Adapted farm jacks are used to temporarily enlarge tight areas long enough for an engineer to deploy stent frames. Impact driver for erecting stent frames. Multi-tool contains powerful laser for carving new trails into existing fleshscape and also acts as a deterrent to territorial macrobacteria. Smooth neoprene helmet and visor. Compact stent frames are set up by trail engineers as they descend into underdeveloped organs of the pit. Vesicles are later widened by larger crews. Air is normally breathable within the pit, but a reserve of oxygen is essential for unexpected drops into noxious gas bladders or carbon dioxide-filled lung pockets. Robust, overpowered caving radio serves both practical and psychological purposes. Pant, cuffs, and boots are interchangeable due to the frequent effects of gastric enzymes on fabric layers. Sharp cleats aid in gripping into slick, fleshy walls. Enzyme secretions increase with trail building activities. Excess liquid will need to be drained via vacuum hoses as scenic trail is developed further. The interior of the Mystery Flesh Pit is at many times an environment completely unsuited to human life. Park Service trail engineers work to reinforce and develop internal cavities of the pit into safe and pleasant areas for park visitors and their families. This service is most often outsourced to one of the park's many corporate partners who supply the highly specialized tools and equipment needed to traverse through the anatomy of the Mystery Flesh Pit. To become a trail engineer requires extensive knowledge of caving, geology, and macrobiology, as well as well-developed resistance to phagophobia? Phagophobia? Not sure what that is. High technology deep in the heart of Texas. Almost a half-mile beneath the brutal Texas sun lies one of the newest and most advanced computer systems in the world. Its purpose to allow engineers and park rangers to reign the ancient and inconceivably large Permian Basin superorganism. After all, this is cowboy country. Huh. Mystery Flesh Pit since its days as a roadside tourist oddity in the 70s. Oh wait, we started at the wrong side. The room I'm standing in buzzes with activity. Reflections from light gauges and monitors flicker and dance on tall windows which overlook a larger glassed-in atrium. Beyond that glass, a 500-foot tall chasm of muscle and flesh. This is the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, and I'm being given a tour of its control room by one of the park's technicians. While the park is staffed and operated by Park Service employees, this looks more like a NASA operation than what many imagine the work of a park ranger to be. It's a lot of work to manage a resource as unique as the Flesh Pit, says Aaron Welsh, the park's director of operations. He should know. Aaron has been with the Mystery Flesh Pit since his days as a roadside tourist oddity in the 70s. Cutting his teeth as a derrick operator, Aaron says he was drawn to the pit because of the continual challenges it poses to development. In the early days, we didn't have any kind of advanced monitoring system, just seismometers and pressure balloons hooked up to long tubes and barometers. It was real primitive, and you could only know what was going on with the pit locally, kind of like a doctor, only being able to listen to a heartbeat and not much else. As the interior of the pit was explored and mapped, so too did the technology mature. In 1981, a fixed hydraulic-based system was installed which allowed operators to both monitor the pit's overall condition while also influencing the behaviors of specific anatomical elements such as valves and muscles. We've come a long way, I think, Aaron beams. This new computerized system gives us an unprecedented degree of information and control over the pit's activity. And we're already seeing the results with increased guest safety and satisfaction. This brand new control room was complete in April of 1994 and is the largest piece of a $500 million renovation to the park's infrastructure and lower visitor center. The darkened glass and concrete layer designed by the acclaimed Santa Fe-based architecture firm of Roberts and Associates is the brain of an extensive digital network, which spans miles through the pit's anatomy. At one end of the system are more than 800 sensor stations, strategically embedded throughout the known portions of the national park. These sensor stations themselves, a combination of weather, satellite, and nerve ganglion, are each outfitted with over a dozen instruments which measure a range of conditions such as humidity, bioseismic vibrations, pH levels, fluid pressures, air quality, and even pheromone concentrations. This raw stream of information from the field stations is continually transmitted via insulated cables to network hubs until it eventually collects within the large computer bank near the back of the control room. Aaron motions to the large blinking machines behind a glass wall. It's an enormous volume of data to handle, so this supercomputer sorts it out and turns it into a usable picture for us so we can get an idea of what's going on at any given spot. One of the 20 or so monitors in the control room displays a colorful chemical analysis readout from the park's amniotic thermal springs, while another depicts a slowly rotating 3D view of what looks like airflow through some kind of bronchial junction. We're interrupted by a small alarm on one of the consoles. A few keystrokes and Aaron apologizes. Sorry about that. Lactic acid buildup in one of the trails. We conducted a new bridge in the trunk that sort of pinches a few muscles, so we have to dump midazolam into the tissues once in a while to prevent muscle spasms. This new system works in reverse with targeted chemical injections or precise jolts of electricity acting as a harness for the pit superorganism. The ease by which park managers are able to coax the pit into behaving is one of the key benefits of the new control system. Muscular and gastric actions of the mystery flesh pit limited tour availability and guest safety, and greatly inhibited substantial development of certain organs until the new system was installed. The safety of park visitors has always been our #1 priority, explains Aaron. We want people to feel safe and secure when they choose to bring their families down here, but we also want them to experience the same sense of excitement and wonder that made the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park famous. The trick is doing it safely, I mean. No one wants to get eaten. We aren't crocodile tours. One of the huge organs beyond the glass slightly tenses, and the visitor center shifts just a little. Seeming to challenge his words, Aaron offers a smug grin to my initial reaction. He laughs a bit and helps me to my feet. There's nothing to worry about. We've got this thing on total lockdown. And for the time being, it seems like we do. Let's just hope it stays that way. They jinxed it. Oh my god. Wait, was that the last thing we had to read before the disaster report? We're getting close to the end, lads. Almost 6 hours in. Let's just make sure we haven't missed anything before we read this. We missed this. We missed this. But we'll save this for after the disaster report. We missed this too. Oh, we missed this. Migrant worker program, what did we say? Oh, look at this. There's a... We can read that before we do the full damage report. And I think that's about it. Wait, what's this one? Oh, we read that. We didn't read how deep the pit is, I don't think. This is really cool. How did you discover this? It was a good recommendation from a friend. Okay, we only got a couple tabs left, and then, it's time for the 2007 incident. We only have 2 before the 2007 incident. Experiences of a flesh pit mine worker. Dear Bryce, I'm writing you back about your career report project for school. I hope you find my response satisfactory. It's my experience, and it's all true. I was 17 when I signed on with the company to work a full tour. The money they promised for 9 months of work was more than I could have made in a lifetime in any other career. I was a shit-kicking dropout from Hobbs. Most people already know that the real money is made in pumping up ballast, but they have it automated to the point where you don't need someone to babysit the equipment. What a lot of people don't know is that there are a bundle of other minerals, gels, gases, and oozes that are worth more than their weight in gold for their myriad industrial applications. The big 3 are blue tissue, pearls, corpusite, and black bone, oscurolite. Our rig was outfitted to hunt for pearls, great crystalline spheres that are 2 to 15 feet wide, hard as diamond, smooth and clear as glass, with an otherworldly iridescent shimmer. They're like kidney stones. They are embedded in different ways deep down in the pit, and to get them out you have to cut, trudge, push, and crawl through miles and miles of muscle and guts, and cartilage and bone that are fighting you the whole way. That's where we make our paychecks. A full mining crew is 18 men. Yes, it's pretty much always men, which includes 2 to 3 mining engineers, a medic, 2 mechanics, a venturial tech, 2 company men to oversee everything, and 10 hired hands like me. You sign up for 9 months at a time, split up into 3-month stints with 2-week breaks in between. Down in the flesh, your home and lifetime during those dark months is a mining rig, a huge machine almost as big as a neighborhood street, bristling with tools and racks and sensors and floodlights. The insides are tight and cramped. Our crew medic had been a submariner for 8 years and had told us that the sub he served on was still more spacious. Still, compared to being outside the rig, out in the raw pit, the cramped bunks felt like a luxury. Ideally, the rig cuts as it goes, leaving a burnt cauterized path through the meat while also crushing and processing any minerals it runs through. In the real world, the pit isn't uniform, and you end up running into all kinds of obstacles requiring interventional solutions, or the brass up top decide they don't want you just cutting through certain parts of the anatomy, so you suit up and get out ahead of the rig to poke and prod and pry at a walking pace 8 hours a day for weeks at a time. Rigs have big hydraulic arms that reach forward and push, lift, and splay open organs or muscle bundles before us roustabouts would go in and suck up or hose out any blood, cut tendons, cauterized tissue, rinse and repeat. Because the methods for finding things like pearls are based on shaky science at best, a lot of the time was spent probing around until you found pay dirt. When you'd find a decently sized cluster, we'd set up camp and would go about breaking them down. The rigs have a huge mining laser they can use to free up any gigantic pearls or black bone clusters, but most of the time you're out there with big tools to break them free. My position had been vacated the year before because the hand got crushed under a tissue catchment bucket, think giant steel-walled tray weighing half a ton, used to catch slop and other meat before it falls onto your working area. And he bled out. Did he say hand? Because the hand got crushed under a tissue catchment. He bled out because it took hours for an ambulance to get out to the location. In the 9 months I worked that rig, I had a few very close calls to getting crushed. What keeps you from being crushed by the weight of all the body above you is a mess of cabling and fold-out frames connected to a 50,000-pound counterweight. After an 8-hour shift of scope pulling, meaning removing all the length from an endoscope pipe from probe line, I got a bit careless and was hitching my tongs to the pipe while it was still in motion. The idea being that it shaved a few seconds per disconnection and it ended up over a long shift. What I forgot is that near the end of the endoscope, the pipe diameter changed by 2 inches. The rig operator was pulling full speed when the larger pipe came back and my tongs grabbed the pipe and suddenly launched backwards. I held onto the tongs and it jerked me a couple feet back and I let go. The heavy tong cable went taut and the operator stomped on the brakes at the same time and the whole thing was jerked to a sudden halt. The huge tackle block was clanging around the whole cavity like a giant ringer in a bell and buckled one of the support frames. Everybody jumped clear and we ducked and braced with whatever we could until the rig stopped shaking. It was probably fortunate that we were near the end of the pull, so there was only around 3 tons of backlash that it happened. Most of the men I worked with had some sort of permanent injury, lost fingers, blown shoulders or knees, etc. The more experience, the more injuries. Even in our suits connected to refrigerated air, it was more than 100 degrees and a full saturation humidity. It's pitch black everywhere down there, so you rely on your helmet lights, work lights, and the rig lights to be able to see. And they all give everything a sickly shine. Working down there isn't at all like working in a cave or a mine. Everything is wet, slippery, disgusting, and miserable. Nothing is flat or walkable, and you have to fight a feeling of raw animalistic terror every moment you're out in it. Men weren't meant to be in the innards of a monster, but I figure that's why the company pays people what they do. I finished up my contract without injury, and for that I consider myself extremely lucky. I took the money and got an education. Most people don't consider it exciting work, but you'll never find a more satisfied accountant. I never went back there, especially after the big accident they had in '07. But there are a lot of stupid kids that still do that kind of work. You sound like a smart kid. Stay the hell away from it. That's my career advice for you. Let me know if you need anything else for your school report. Thanks, Andre Martinez. Damn. So I suppose this is some more questions. How deep is the pit? The depth recorded for a human was achieved in 1979 by an expedition team which was able to reach an unprecedented depth of 19,102 meters below the entry orifice, or miles, surpassing the previously held 1976 recording of 12,117 miles at depths below 19,000 miles. The anatomy of the pit begins to noticeably change and becomes much less anatomically similar to other surface forms of life. Explorations beyond these depths are extremely challenging due to the exotic and largely unknown nature of the pit's lower anatomy. Unmanned expendable probe vehicles have been able to surpass 19,000 miles depth, but poor communications quality over anything but tether cables have made further exploration cost prohibitive. It is hypothesized that the pit may as well extend to the Earth's mantle, with many scientists suggesting that the organism may be native to the interior of the planet, having merely surfaced the upper tectonic plates for unknown reasons. That's kind of what I had thought initially, was it just being a grown part of inside the planet. I have to ask, what exactly are anodyne mining down there? Among the resources harvested from within the mystery flesh pit, by far the most ubiquitous and well known to the public was amniotic ballast. The miraculous silky fluid was extracted from deep within the pit and was refined on site before being transferred to off-site facilities for additional processing. From there, many different products were manufactured by anodyne that each exploited the fantastic properties of the ballast. One of the more notable and best-selling of these were the VitaSalve line of consumer-grade OTC supplements. De-aging supplements. Cognition enhancement gel. Adrenochrome. Refined amniotic ballast was concentrated and combined with other materials sourced from the pit to cure a range of ailments ranging from general malaise, mental degradation due to aging, to growth of several carcinogenic tumors. When consumed recreationally, refined amniotic ballast fluid created a very strong and pleasant psychotropic effect altogether different from alcohol, cannabis, opioids, or hallucinogens, though non-habit forming, surely. The direct and plentiful benefits of products such as VitaSalve saw year-over-year continual market growth from the time it was initially offered until the supply was effectively shut down following the 2007 closure of the pit. Several of the materials were mined from the pit by anodyne. Bone structures were mined and cut into slabs, prominent use in construction industry, as well as insulating, lightweight yet incredibly strong building and finishing material. Found this today. Brings back memories. Did the Burger King ever open up in the visitor center? I vaguely remember hearing about a special King's Crown you could nab there. On opening day, the lower visitor center contained only 3 food vendors, a small convenience-style store, a full-service Trader Vic's, and an airport-style Burger King. Plans for a Rainforest Cafe never advanced beyond initial talks with the park service. Oh my god, there was gonna be a Rainforest Cafe in the Mystery Flesh Pit. The real question is, did the Burger King ever open? I mean, I think it did. It was open. How long could someone live in the flesh pit long term? Archaeological evidence of prehistoric human activity within the pit has led to conjecture among scientists that long-term habitation within the anatomy of the pit is possible, but unlikely. Without modern technology and tools, any humans living long-term within the entrails of the superorganism had to adapt. Subpar oxygen, high humidity, heat, changing fleshscape. Over hundreds of generations, when combined with poorly understood long-term effects on consuming amniotic ballast fluid, it's entirely possible that humans adapted to this lifestyle would be fundamentally different from modern humans. So, maybe those big bugs, huh? The dark and constantly shifting interior of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park has been a formidable challenge to navigation since its discovery. Tethered explorations early in the history of the park mitigated this problem, but more comprehensive surveys eventually required a novel solution. Using a standard magnetic compass in combination with a barometer, a directional bearing and relative depth within the organism can be obtained, of course. These two items of information are alone insufficient and require a small assortment of other physical and chemical orienteering solutions to effectively navigate within the superorganism. Still, devices similar to anodyne product, the anodyne product unit photographed here have been and continue to be invaluable basic tools for park rangers, engineers, and technicians who need to know where they are within the park. So, United States Commission on Geobiological Resources and Public Safety. Final Incident Investigation Report. You guys ready? Okay, mostly legal information, a map of the area, incident area map. So, yeah, it looks like it's spanned much more than just the small town near the national park. At 9:41 p.m. CST on July 4th, 2007, the Permian Basin superorganism natural preserve, known colloquially as the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, experienced a catastrophic disaster which resulted in over 750 fatalities and over 1,800 major injuries. In the weeks following the incident, approximately major injuries. In the weeks following the incident, approximately 18,000 individuals from the surrounding communities sought medical and psychological treatment for ailments, including breathing problems, chest pains, shortness of breath, nausea, birth defects, hallucinations, depression, anxiety, internal bleeding, sore throat, and headaches as a direct result of contact with gastric ejecta, which have been introduced to the atmosphere. Investigators have concluded that this disaster was chiefly characterized by a premature geobiological consumption event caused by the catastrophic failure of critical park infrastructure to contain and limit the gastric motor and neurological actions of the Permian Basin superorganism. Investigators have concluded that the failure of these critical safety measures are the direct result of negligent practices by the primary site operations contractor, Anodyne Deep Earth Mining, a subsidiary of Anodyne Incorporated. The U.S. Commission on Geobiological Resources and Public Safety released its first report on the Permian Basin superorganism disaster in August 2007, the interim report, which highlighted technical findings and safety system deficiencies. The report issued recommendations to Anodyne Inc., the City of Gumption, Texas, the State of Texas, the U.S. Department of the Interior, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Federal Emergency Management Agency, the U.S. Food and Drug Administrations, and the U.S. Department of Energy. As of April 2008, these groups have made progress in implementing the recommendations to improve the regulatory requirements for geobiological resource extraction, geobiological resource containment, and general public safety as it relates to the Permian Basin superorganism. 2.1.0 Anodyne background. Anodyne was originally founded by the Anchor Mineral Corporation in 1923. In 1958, the Anchor Mineral Corporation merged with Dynamic Equipment, LLC, to form a new company known as Anodyne Deep Earth Mining, later changed to Anodyne. Headquartered in Arlington, Texas, and prior to its 2008 restructuring, Anodyne Corporation was the 23rd largest American company by revenue globally. Anodyne employed over 28,000 people. It operated 7 major research, development, and production facilities around the world, 6 of which were in the United States. Anodyne filed for bankruptcy in late 2008. but ended its bankruptcy in February 2009 pursuant to a court-approved plan of reorganization. The new board of directors changed the name to Anodyne to the Permian Basin Recovery and Superorganism Containment Corporation and emphasized reorganizing and liquidating certain operations and assets of the pre-bankruptcy Anodyne. 2.2.0 Permian Basin Superorganism Background. The Permian Basin superorganism, Emanus colossius, also known by the popular nomenclature of mystery flesh pit, is a subterranean organism unique to modern biology, being the sole occupant of the phylum Emanemca. The organism was discovered by a pilot well drilling crew in 1973. Later efforts were made to expose more of the organism through drilling and surface mining explosives. The superorganism is chiefly characterized by its immense size, which is still a matter of geobiological debate. Surveys suggest that the organism may span many hundreds of miles beneath the Permian Basin horizontally, with scientists speculating that the organism may extend vertically into the upper mantle of the Earth's interior. The planet is an egg. Oh god. Don't even start. It's just starting to hatch. The complete anatomical layout and internal organization of the organism is unknown. Tissue samples suggest that the organism contains gastrointestinal, vascular, respiratory, musculoskeletal, nervous, limbic, and integumentary systems with remarkable similarity to mammal life, while also containing a variety of systems which have no direct analog and are not fully understood. The feeding cycle of the organism is poorly understood and believed to occur on a complex and long-term schedule of dormancy and feeding activity. It has been hypothesized that the superorganism derives caloric energy from subterranean hydrocarbon deposits, though the organism has been observed to digest and absorb organic matter. The depth at which the organism extends into the surrounding rock strata indicates that the organism is several 100,000 years old. It is unknown what the natural lifespan of the species is, or if the Permian Basin superorganism represents a mature or developing example of the species. 3.0 Incident Timeline. Start of the relevant timeline. 10:29 a.m. July 4th. Unreasonably high rains forced park administrators to cancel a July 4th concert and fireworks display scheduled to take place on the surface park grounds. Many visitors who had already purchased tickets to this event become upset, and a decision is made to extend the park hours until midnight for those who had purchased tickets. 8 p.m., July 4th. Normal closing time for the national park. A typical shift change of reduced night staff in the control room takes place. 9:16 p.m. July 4th. Harvesting crews working in the western extremities of the organism set a new extraction record to meet quota for bonuses in time for the holiday weekend. 9:30 p.m. July 4th. Control room operators initiate a routine system self-test and discover a relay fault error resulting from increased electrical demand from mining equipment and tourist infrastructure. A control room operator logs the fault and notifies an on-duty engineer. 9:41 p.m. July 4th. Water drainage from surface rain into entry orifice begins to collect in the sand gullet. Drainage pumps are automatically activated by a sensor system, but fail to initialize due to the relay fault. An emergency backup pump running on a separate emergency circuit is automatically activated. 9:42 p.m. July 4th. A critical alarm in the control room alerts operators that an emergency water pump has seized and is inoperative. Under lubrication of the pumps, impeller bushings resulted in corrosion due to the moist interior of the flesh pit environment. 9:48 p.m. July 4th. Technicians arrive at the primary pump station to discover the sand gullet almost completely submerged. Water begins to pour out the dorsal respiratory ridge and into the bronchial bulbules. Control room operators divert power into hydraulic stent rams to brace for expected choke response. 9:51 p.m., July 4th. Technicians repair the relay fault as control staff reset the park's electrical grid. The grid is offline for 45 seconds. The automatic PA system does not notify guests as the system is scheduled to automatically shut down at the normal 8 p.m. closing time. The temporary lapse of lighting causes many guests to become panicked and return to the main gantry lift at the lower visitor center. 9:52 p.m. Choking action from the organism begins 31 seconds into the electrical reset. The main dorsal trunk violently flexes. Lack of power to hydraulic arming rams causes irreparable damage to several sections of internal infrastructure. 9:53 p.m. As the electrical system finishes the reboot cycle, the dynamic hydraulic actuators supporting the lower visitor center overcorrect for stability, not accounting for the shift in the wall lining of the nexial cavity in which the visitor center facility is anchored. 2 of the 6 structural supports are torn from their foundation, which causes the facility to list 20 degrees off vertical. The base joint of the vertical gantry list is bent beyond its design limit angle. 9:54 p.m. The master alarm is tripped automatically. Surface facilities are notified as response teams are given the order to mobilize. 9:56 p.m. Park rangers are dispatched to rescue groups of visitors trapped in partially collapsed tunnels and trails. 10:03 p.m. Continued movement of the organism, combined with rainwater, causes one of the upper gantry supports to slip. An outbound elevator conducts an emergency stop, stranding over 24 visitors. 10:05 p.m. Tremors registered as far away as the DFW Metroplex. 10:06 p.m. Soil liquefaction destabilizes surface facilities in and around the organism. Dilation anchors begin retracting to keep the entry orifice open. 10:12 p.m. A master failsafe is activated by the automated park management system. 20,000 liters of sonatine compound are injected into the superorganism via a distributed network of relay stations located through its known internal anatomy. I'm tensely reading this. Still 9:12 p.m. Tremors and convulsions intensify as the entry gantry connection to the lower visitor center detaches completely. The lower visitor center begins to collapse downward into the nexial cavity. 10:12 p.m. Peristaltic muscle action of the nexial cavity begins to exert substantial pressure onto the outer structure of the lower visitor center facility. 10:15 p.m. The prime labioid junction just west of the septum falls geobiological feature flexes into an open position, releasing a torrent of lactogastric chyma into the dorsal trunk. It is likely that this was a reaction to the aconitine injection. 10:16 p.m. Peristaltic spasms force the caustic chyma slurry through the nexial cavity and up through the lower and upper moisture crops towards the surface orifice. 10:16 p.m. Many guests attempting to flee the stalled elevator near the entry orifice attempt climbing out of the upper moisture crop, but are ultimately unsuccessful due to torrential rains causing the surface to become very slippery. Many end up falling back into the maw. 10:17 p.m. The chyma slurry erupts from the surface orifice in a geyser, several hundred meters in height. Large pieces of undigested organic matter crush several vehicles and damage windows. 10:19 p.m. Following the several-minute-long ejecta event, a deep and incredibly loud roar erupts from the entry orifice as ground tremors intensify further. Large extremities begin surfacing through bedrock and soil approximately 10 kilometers to 120 kilometers from the entry orifice. 10:25 p.m. The acrid smell of the gastric ejecta can be detected as far as Odessa, Texas. 10:26 p.m. 2 Park Service vehicles and a tour vehicle containing Park Service employees and several guests attempt to ascend through the entry orifice tube. 10:27 p.m. Peristaltic action crushes one of the tour vehicles and sucks the other 2 vehicles back into the nexial cavity and down into a digestive organ. These vehicles are presumed destroyed. 10:58 p.m. The Pentagon is given authorization from the White House to use nuclear force if necessary to prevent the organism from entering an active and/or ambulatory state. 11:02 p.m. The on-site operations director within the Lower Visitor Center control room initiates a final fail-safe measure in the form of the contingency measure. 11:02 p.m. Master event log records successful spin-up of the contingency measure. 11:05 p.m. Lower Visitor Center structural integrity is critically compromised, resulting in total collapse. 11:05 p.m. Data connection with Lower Visitor Center is severed. 11:13 p.m. Spasms and motor action of the superorganism begin to noticeably subside. Response teams begin to descend into the surface orifice and attempt rescue operations. 11:19 p.m. Response team encounters visitor group which had attempted escape from the stalled elevator. Most are dead. The remainder are mortally wounded and partially digested due to caustic gastric ejecta. 11:42 p.m. Radio contact established with Ranger vehicle trapped within Oyster's Shame due to ventricle closure. No feasible rescue strategy can be developed before complete mastication occurs. 11:56 p.m. Thank you for the follow. Radio contact established with Ranger vehicle trapped within... Oh, we read this, sorry. 11:56 p.m. Response team confirms that contingency measure and associated facility are still intact and operating. 11:58 p.m. Texas Governor Rick Perry formally declares a state of emergency for Gumption County. 12:22 a.m. July 5th. Response teams route data/power umbilical to new base camp in contingency measure facility. 12:35 a.m. July 5th. 3 interpit life forms are identified as having been ejected onto the surface. 15 visitors are injured and 7 are hunted by interpit life forms during panicked evacuation of surface resort. 12:41 a.m. July 5th. Park staff manages to kill the 3 large life forms. 1:02 a.m. July 5th. National Guard helicopters begin delivering supplies and personal aid in site containment. 1:58 a.m. July 5th. Field hospital is constructed to care for wounded visitors and staff. 2:37 a.m. Initial damage surveys report catastrophic destruction of internal park infrastructure. Pit geobiology has dramatically changed in hazard level. 3 a.m. July 5th. Emergency teleconference of Anodyne Executive Leadership, National Parks Director and Secretary of the Interior are present. 3:12 a.m. July 5th. Executive decision is made to initiate FEMA response and assemble a task force for containing superorganism. 4 a.m. July 5th. Media helicopters and vehicles begin to report on the scope of the disaster. 4:36 a.m. July 5th. Base camp technicians begin to spin down contingency measure. Large fractures due to inertial stress have appeared on a mineral component. Engineers advise against reinitializing contingency measure until mineral components can be replaced or repaired. 6:08 a.m. Ground personnel begin assembling a pump system to inject industrial sedatives into the superorganism. Transport trucks containing an industrial sedative arrive. 9:45 a.m. Emergency teleconference of Anodyne shareholders. 11:20 a.m. Several injured visitors inexplicably leave field hospital and begin walking towards pit orifice. Approximately 38 individuals are able to crawl back into the orifice over a course of 8 hours. None are recovered. 3:51 p.m. July 5th. Radio transmission from trapped Ranger vehicle ceases. Many speculate that other small groups of visitors and staff are still trapped. End of relevant timeline. Oh my god. Final investigation report. The following final investigation report addresses additional investigation findings not covered in the previous report, including analysis of 1. The anodyne organization, emergency response and safety culture, 2. Industry's disaster response standards, 3. Structural integrity standards, and 4. Effective performance of mystic contingency measures. The electrical distribution scheme for the interior operations of the Permian Basin superorganism nature preserve was modeled on a typical supply/load grid layout often found in mines, with power provided by a gas-fired plant located within the surface support compound. Unlike typical mining power distribution networks, the power load was split between facilities involved in the tourism and natural preservation operations within the organism. This split demand yielded a load fluctuating from 33 kV to 60 kV, depending on range of factors from resource extraction output, visitor throughput, hydrostatic and barometric fluctuations within the organism, and the ambient blood pressure of the organism. This unorthodox load distribution scheme required careful demand oversight and was subject to failure if operated outside of design load specifications. Such failure occurred on July 4, 2007, when operators increased electrical demand beyond design load specifications by both extending resource extraction operations while simultaneously increasing visitor throughput loads on trail infrastructures. Damn. Hydrochloric corrosion is common in geobiological resource extraction, where naturally occurring hydrochloric compounds react with steel equipment. Process variables that affect corrosion rates include the total hydrochloric content of the enzyme secretions, flow conditions, applications of Tums industrial organic corrosion inhibitor salve. Nice, Tums. And the system temperature and humidity. Virtually all geobiological operations equipment is subject to this type of corrosion and requires routine inspection, preventative maintenance. The investigation has concluded that the corrosion found within the primary impeller bushings within the emergency drainage pump was caused by hydrochloric corrosion due to poor maintenance. We'll kind of skim this part. This is mostly deep science. It's for the lab techs, not the detectives. Oh wait, this actually might be very important. Foundations and other, I'll just read it, whatever. Other anchor supports structures within the Permian Basin superorganism are critical components of park infrastructure, which require careful planning and construction oversight. Nominal conditions, anchor sites are selected by engineers to meet design load specifications for a minimum anatomical disturbance. Rigid geobiological strata such as bone and dense cartilage are most often selected for load-bearing anchor points for their relative stability and similarity to conventional load-bearing strata such as rock. However, many locations within the Permian-based superorganism are primarily characterized by dense composition of soft tissues requiring novel anchoring solutions. Yeah, that's exactly why the spasm was so weak, because the whole visitor center was built in the throat, pretty much. Utilize cleat-based stent system which engages the entry tube's muscle walls. These forces are equalized by the use of circular retention and trusses, which, when combined with vibration dampening actuators, form a rigid support assembly upon which fixed components such as entry gantry might be affixed. Peristaltic action of the muscle tube has the potential to rotate a circular cleat sent frame up by 90 degrees, eliminating the retaining capabilities of the frame. It is for this reason that design specification standard call for the installation of either rigid or tensile support members between consecutive retaining frames in cases such as within the entry tube, tensile tube. So, okay, so these are all just explaining exactly why it failed. So this is how the visitor center failed. Essentially, like, here it is wedged within the throat, and because of the contractions and muscle spasms, it got wedged sideways like this. and the collapse passage is here. Oh, this is what caused the ejection event, the gastric ejecta event. A network of sensor stations embedded throughout the Permian Basin superorganism had acted as a distributed sensory system intended by park planners to provide a method of observing large-scale changes to the organism condition. As an experimental contingency measure, each station was outfitted with a mechanism capable of injecting up to 15 liters of a concentrated aconitine solution. So that's what caused it. Was aconitine is commonly used as an acute toxin for large animals such as whales, and it was chosen for its theoretical effectiveness on key muscle groups within the organism. So that was just completely a guess. They just randomly injected that into the flesh. So there was like a chip stuck in its throat. It's kind of mean for the humans to do, honestly. It's true. The contingency measure is hypothesized to function by utilizing a series of standing harmonic and ultrasonic wavelengths, which have been observed to affect the overall behavior of the Permian Basin superorganism. These waves are created by applying a 15 megahertz mechanical percussion to the face of an excavated large quartz crystal, also known as mystic artifacts number 15, number 21, and number 22. Once struck, the unique properties of the relic propagate the wave outward and into the surrounding anatomy of the Permian Basin organism. When placed upon a rapidly rotating turntable, the effect can be multiplied and oriented, allowing a high degree of theoretical influence over the organism. This contingency measure was activated only once and demonstrated the potential application of this technology may have in future containment measures. However, at the time of this investigation, no additional relics have been located intact. Without this key assembly component, the CGR does not recommend additional experimental uses of the contingency measure. Anodyne did not effectively implement internal recommendations to help prevent structural failures. 8 years prior to the incident, a small number of Anodyne personnel with knowledge and understanding of ventriobiology recommended on several occasions either a one-time inspection of every component within the primary interpark infrastructure system, known as a 100% component inspection, or an upgrade of the material of construction of these key infrastructure components. The recommendations were not implemented effectively, and many key structural and mechanical components remained in service until failure. Oh, so they just kept using their shitty equipment and not building new good stuff. That's awesome. Anodyne failed to perform internally recommended 100% component inspections. Anodyne metallurgists released a formal report dated September 30th, 2004, nearly 3 years before the incident, titled Updated Inspection Strategies for Preventing Hydrochloric Corrosion Failures in Critical Systems. The investigations had concluded these recommendations were not properly implemented. So basically all this is just saying Anodyne didn't do shit so they could cut corners cost-wise and make big money, and then also accidentally kill hundreds of thousands of people. What do you make of all this, detective? The blasted corporations! Oh, what's this? Anodyne did not effectively identify the incident command structure, the damage mechanisms that could have caused the failures on the night of the incident. The OSHA Hazardous Operations and Emergency Response Standard states that the incident commander shall identify to the extent possible all hazardous conditions present. In an emergency response situation, however, the appropriate technical expertise necessary for an identification was not effectively consulted in the incident command structure on July 5th, 2007. This lack of knowledge of all potential causes of the incident led to incident commander to direct emergency responders to take action that may have ultimately exacerbated the hazard condition and put many Park Service personnel, Anodyne personnel, as well as civilian visitors in harm's way. It also led to the incident commander to limit the hazard zone to a small area that did not consider the possibility of a gastric ejecta event. When the gastric ejecta event occurred, personnel and emergency equipment positioned in the safe zone were engulfed in the volume of caustic ejecta. Incident conclusions. The CGR found that the failure of this incident is indicative of a fragmented hazard management approach that placed the responsibility to implement safety recommendations on stakeholders, which stood to benefit from decreased oversight while also incurring financial loss for any safety oversight restrictions placed. Consequences of this cultural attitude surrounding the tourism and resource extraction operations within the Permian Basin superorganism led to the severe underestimation of the capabilities of the organism as well as the capabilities of the systems designed to limit the hazards posed by the organism. The use of concentrated sonatine without prior study or approval as a failsafe directly triggered a reactionary response from the organism, which led to the death of over 750 individuals. The use of contingency measure, while effective at pacifying the organism, was similarly employed without prior substantial testing or approval. This lack of communication from Anodyne regarding the specifics, theory of operation, and even existence of artifacts, which are essential components within the contingency measure, directly led to the unsafe, high RPM operation which fractured the mineral components of the contingency measure. So they basically had two fail-safes, both which they didn't know what they did, so they just tried both. Basically. And one of them killed 750 people and one worked. General recommendations. The CGR, with full support from the U.S. Department of the Interior, the U.S. Geological Survey, and the National Park Service, has made the discretionary recommendation to not pursue additional commercial development within or adjacent to the boundaries of the Permian Basin superorganism. Thank God. In the interest of continuing the present containment operations while also ensuring the readiness in the event of a future geobiological action event, the CGR has developed a comprehensive program of monitoring and containment. This program is divided into a series of objectives intended to better mitigate the hazard presented by the existence of the Permian Basin superorganism. Improve the communication of geobiological hazard science for use in decision and policy making. These are just basically details about these recommendations. Advance basic knowledge of geobiological action event hazards and form actions to reduce the risk of the organism becoming non-dormant. So supposedly the thing they did with those rocks, the second method that worked, was a mystic ritual. Supposedly. Containment recommendations. A thorough plan for containment of the organism has been devised by a joint containment task force comprised of geobiologists, venturiobiologists, seismologists, medical experts, engineers from various disciplines, land management specialists, ecclesiastical personnel, as well as representatives from private industry. This proposed containment procedure integrates a variety of strategies intended to prolong the dormancy of the Permian Basin superorganism while simultaneously reducing the likelihood of a future geobiological action event. Surface containment facility. Okay, so containment system diagram. This falls kind of lost on me, but I'm sure that it works better now. Mystic, what did they mean by that? Oh my god. Okay. The task force has recommended the establishment of a greater than 3 kilometer restricted access zone surrounded the entry orifice defined by a reinforced and patrolled barrier. Signs and other warning devices should be installed to clearly inform the public of the hazards present by the containment operations and the superorganism itself. Where possible, the task force has recommended that any material necessary for the containment operations to be produced on site so as to minimize logistic dependency on remote facilities. I wonder if they increased the range because they had that thing where they mentioned the safe zone was way smaller than they thought. Like the danger zone around the orifice was way bigger than they thought, I guess is a better way of saying it. So I wonder if they expanded the border and if now there's like a bunch of ghost towns around the pit that they had to like evacuate. I mean, I'm sure. Surface rock strata. Okay, so here's the factory. Principal anatomical macrobiomes, mucoskeletal systems, stratus plate, blue tissue, exotic anatomy. Literally just, they have no idea. That's all this end of the diagram is. No clue. All efforts should be made to maintain a steady introduction of high potency anesthetic to the uppermost dermal anatomy of the organism. This is the foremost measure for reducing the capability of the superorganism to sense and perceive human activity. At a similar volume to high-potency anesthetics, the introduction of inorganic phosphates directly into the muscles of the superorganism is an essential strategy designed to delay and fatigue the motor response of the organism. Where possible, the introduction of acidic compounds into bone structures will further weaken the overall response capability of the superorganism in the event that other containment precautions fail. As of review 18.3 of this document, the Permian Basin Recovery and Superorganism Containment Corporation has been granted a temporary permit for the continued extraction of bone material and amniotic fluid ballast for research and limited commercial purposes. Bro, of course. Wait, what's this? As of review 2.5 of this document, materials and objects harvested from the retrocognitive material gestation organs, aka gift gardens, will continue at a greatly reduced capacity for the exclusive purpose of research. Sure. All such objects shall be stored in a designated and secure offsite facility. Conclusion. The CGR concludes its recommendations and report with broad advocacy for any such programs which aim to better prepare physical as well as social and spiritual infrastructure for the inevitability of the Permian Basin superorganism emerging from dormancy and becoming completely active and ambulatory. The measures and methods described within these recommendations are temporary in their effectiveness, while representing the fullest extent of human capability to impact the Permian Basin superorganism. Future studies and capabilities may yield a greater degree of readiness in matters concerning the survivability of a societal encounter with an active and ambulatory Immanus colossus. But it is unrealistic to believe that mankind will be able to seriously damage or eliminate such an organism. No, I don't think it did. Inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere within the U.S. and abroad must come to understand that the losses each and every one of us will face and how those impacts will harm the quality of life we enjoy in this unique part of the world. This document represents an executive overview of the now infamous July 2007 disaster which permanently closed the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Though the initial hazard and containment response was praised by many for its quick and effective action, many have criticized the government for continuing to allow the Permian Basin Recovery and Superorganism Containment Corporation, formerly Anodyne Inc., a commercial stake in the containment efforts. Okay, let's read some final things and then we'll watch the final video. Here's like a quick... report on the ineffective potential of nuclear deterrence as a defense against the Permian Basin superorganisms. So, basically, nukes will not work? Conclusions and recommendations against any future use of fissile detonation systems, Volume 1. Unfortunately, only the cover could be photographed, but these very large series of DOE reports seem to suggest very intensive investigation to the feasibility of using nuclear weapons to kill the Permian Basin superorganism, and the conclusion seems to be a resounding no. Bro, imagine... That's like our one failsafe as a species, is like, oh, let's nuke it. Nope, no luck for that. Slightly concerning mailer going out to Texans this week. This November, help us eliminate the oppressive Bush-era bureaucratic regulation that is currently strangling our ability to provide jobs and prosperity to the disadvantaged communities of the South Plains. Bro. Look at the logos on the helmets. They literally just want to work again. Oh my god, and they're totally like utilizing all this, like, literally they're manipulating people by using all this like friendly language and not being straight up with what they're saying. And the fucking corporate art at the bottom, like, come on. Please let us continue to dig in this meat hole and kill everybody now, or else. Oh my god. Okay. It's time. It's time. Hold on. Let me put on this VRC real quick. Sweet. Okay, everyone stretch, drink some water, and prepare yourselves. Titled Project Free Fall. It's 10 minutes. Oh wait, let me pause my music. I mean my... it's not music. Pause the rain. In 1979, a mission was proposed to study and map the gross anatomical structure of the Permian Basin superorganism through a manned vertical descent. This surveying expedition was a joint effort administered by the United States Department of the Interior in cooperation with the Soviet Academy of Sciences. The 6-person expedition team, consisting of 3 American and 3 Soviet personnel, spent nearly 6 weeks in the depths of the superorganism, conducting a wide battery of scientific observations and measurements. Despite tragedies and hardships faced by the crew during the mission, the wealth of the information collected by the project has been instrumental in the fields of geobiology, bacteriology, material science, psychology, medicine, and material engineering. The Permian Basin superorganism was discovered in 1973 by drilling crews who believed they had found an untapped aquifer. Excavation of a small nearby sinkhole revealed a colossal living portal of flesh descending into the earth. Workers began referring to the orifice as the Mystery Flesh Pit. There's a picture. Over the next 3 years, from 1973 to 1976, scattered exploration efforts slowly began to map and understand the large internal sections of the basin. While widespread knowledge of and interest in the Permian Basin superorganism remained low within the general academic landscape of the Soviet Union at the time, Dr. Kazimir Vinogradov of the Soviet Academy of Science was a vocal proponent of study of the superorganism for its possible insights into the origins and early evolution of life. In December of 1977, a Soviet Academy of Sciences president, Anatoly Alexandrov, responded to U.S. Department of the Interior Secretary Cecil B. Andrus's letter proposing a cooperative geobiological expedition, and there was subsequently a meeting between Dr. Vinogradov's team and members of the United States Department of the Interior and also MEAT. Broadly, the goal of the joint anatomical expedition was to expand geobiological and ventral understanding of the Permian Basin superorganism with the ultimate goal of lowering a human into the deepest extents of the organism. Aside from the prestige of being the first beings to make such a deep journey, partnership held the following objectives for the joint anatomical expedition in the furtherance of its geobiology research. Anti-space race. Precise determination of the anatomical structure throughout a vertical section of the Permian Basin superorganism. Expedition objectives. Bioseismic measurements from a deeper reference depth of any prior measurements. Distribution and diversity of parasitic fauna at both charted and uncharted depths. Engineering tests of equipment at great anatomical depths. Geobiological study of the exotic anatomy environment located in the deepest known extents of the superorganism. Determination of the effects of occult venereal phenomena on human health and psychology. Dr. Kazimir Vinogradov. His primary research interest during the expedition was conducting sonic and X-ray imaging of deep anatomical structures of the superorganism. Chief of Geophysical Research, Soviet Academy of Sciences, Geobiological Research Scientist, Expedition Commander. Colonel Nikolai Morozov, Field Engineer, Soviet Army, Expedition Engineer. Distinguished for his service through the USSR Antarctic Program in a variety of roles involving hostile environment management. As a member of the Joint Anatomical Expedition, his duties involved maintaining the coordinate vehicle and providing security logistics in the event of hostile wildlife encounters. Lieutenant Valeria Krishenko, pilot, Soviet Air Forces, expedition vehicle pilot. She began her aviation career at 13 years old flying rural parcel delivery before joining the Soviet Air Forces. After a rapid series of promotions, she became the youngest person in the program's history to be selected for the Soviet Cosmonaut Corps. After an injury, forced a resignation from the program. James Flippin' Jim Jackson! Holy shit, the fucking legend is going down there. Owner/president, expedition second in command. Self-described as an adventurer and explorer. Let's go, Slippin' Jim! No formal or discernible academic background, he remains an undisputed expert on navigating the internal anatomy on the Permian Basin superorganisms. Gualatiro Oritz, surveying engineer, expedition surveyor, close associate of James Jackson, who began working with him some 5 years before the discovery of the Permian Basin superorganism. An aide to Mr. Jackson, venereal navigator and engineer, having designed many of the instruments used by the pioneering explorers of the superorganism. Rachel Frost, from the letter, pioneered the field of venerobiology while a biology student at the University of Texas, published an extensive catalog of research surrounding the Permian Basin superorganism. Her inclusion in the expedition was possibly only through recommendation by both Dr. Vinogradov and Mr. Jackson. Oh, so she's looking into the quartz mineral harmonics. That was what saved, essentially, everybody. That was what subdued the beast. Expedition outline. Area of interest, location of Permian Basin superorganism. Entry site, West Texas. October 12th, 1979, Expedition Day 1. Coordinate vehicle is lowered into a maw of entry orifice and affixed for crew arrival. Cool. So there's the vehicle. tether cable, batteries, viewing porthole, steel drive threads, hydraulic ram, fuel tanks. Below surface, crew and expedition vehicle depart lower base camp facility. So there's their route down. The expedition team continues the descent over the next 2 weeks, cataloging a variety of material samples. Crew reaches 10-kilometer depth milestone, October 24th. Encounter with previously unobserved macroparasitic life form. Organism flees before extensive documentation is able to be recorded. Expedition Day 27. Vehicle breaches the mesogliatic firmament chasm. An advanced base camp is established as preparations are made to begin blasting through a dense cartilaginous stratum bone. Okay, so advanced base camp is here. Expedition Day 31, with the blue tissue exposed through blasting, the excursion pod vehicle is slowly lowered down into the cut. Excursion pod vehicle. Ceramic encasement, Pyrex canopy, cable driven. The single-person excursion vehicle is piloted by Valeria Krishenko. After approximately 4 hours, the vehicle passes into an as-yet unknown area of PBSO anatomy. Following a brief instrument calibration test, Krishenko reports her findings via radio. Interference in the transmission results in an incomplete message. That drawing was literally a sarcophagus. Yeah. Light, reflective and mixing, tessellation, movement of a coarse tissue, prismatic behavior, becomes like a fractal. I will continue to collect a sample of the material. Whoa. So that was her sample. What the hell? After spending 5 minutes within the exotic anatomy, the excursion pod vehicle begins an automatic ascent upward through the blue tissue. During this time, transmission interference prevents radio contact between the pilot and the coronate vehicle. At approximately 4:51 a.m. CST, a sharp tensile force is observed by the coronate crew on the cables pulling up the excursion pod vehicle. A general alarm signal is originating from the excursion pod vehicle. Surfaced from the blue tissue cut and is hoisted upward via the attachment cables. Through the onboard instrumentation is intact. The Pyrex canopy has been shattered inward. The pilot is absent with the exception of trace amounts of human blood located on the canopy shards. Search is deemed impossible without an operational blue tissue capable vehicle. Lieutenant Krishenko is presumed dead. A single photo is recovered from the excursion vehicle onboard imaging system, dated to mere moments before the tensile load event. The photograph depicts an unknown organism approximately 500 meters in width floating within the blue tissue layer. Judging from the intense damage to the excursion pod vehicle, it is determined that an attack by this unknown organism was what is the probable cause of Lieutenant Krishenko's death. A decision is made by the remaining coronate crew to abandon any additional survey activities and begin their return journey back to the surface. Aided by a series of cleaning stations installed during the prior descent, the ascent voyage is completed in 22 days without major incident. On December 6, 1979, the coronate vehicle and crew finally arrive at the lower base camp. The enormous expense of the program, as well as the deaths of Lieutenant Krishenko, persuades the Soviet Academy of Sciences to discontinue any further activities involving the Permian Basin superorganism. Despite this, the project is considered a diplomatic and scientific success. The results of the expedition are used to justify the absorption of the site into federal control as the Permian Basin Superorganism Natural Preserve, though it eventually will become known to the public as the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Oh my god. USSR makes the right call, seriously. It's funny how that entire mission, I actually initially thought that that was a retrieval and like research group that was made after the 2007 incident. But then obviously in the beginning, it's clearly a much older video. But it's so funny because that entire expedition perfectly sums up everything that was going to be built in the basin. Like, it just, everything was approached with so much lack of caution and so much kind of eager opportunity to try to like make something of this massive hole that was found in the ground, when clearly they are not ready to keep moving forward, and they need to, if they want to keep going, they need to make more tests, because this, like, to me, that mission was a massive failure, and to them they're like, this is a great success, now we can continue on. And that's just, I mean, that's exactly what happened with the rest of the Mystery Flesh Pit once the national park was actually built. They disrespect the pit and got bit, exactly. Well, there were entire new fields of study about this. Well, yeah, surely there were, but it's not for lack of caring. Like, they clearly care and are excited, but it's almost like their excitement is too extreme to a fault, where they are just too eager to move forward when they're clearly not ready to make the next step. It was more, what it was more like is actually when Slippin' Jim was first, he was the only person who discovered and traveled through the pit with caution and actually a good understanding of how he should go about it, because it made a point of saying every time he would go down, he would really firmly adjust himself in where he was in the pit. He would fully understand his surroundings, and then he would move forward. Once he was fully comfortable with the advancements he had made, he would move forward a little bit. And it was slow and calculated and not driven by so much greed and want to explore, you know. And then once it was grabbed on by the rest of the world, then they were too eager about it, and it killed hundreds of thousands of people. It's insane. Slippin' Jim was a real one, exactly. 2007 disaster was a Chernobyl level disregard for safety measures. Yeah, 100%. I mean, just the incident report clearly was proof of this. God damn. So, that was the Mystery Flesh Pit. Wait, let me turn my rain on. That was the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Those are all the findings online of it. I think that was a pretty good deep dive, honestly. We got a lot of information out of it. Yeah, I had a really good time. This was a great investigation into this online media, and it was a really good read, and I'm really excited to keep making more episodes like this. So I guess I'm gonna log off. I mean, it's almost a 7-hour stream. Pretty good by my standards, so yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Stick around for a raid. And yeah, see you soon. Okay, over and out.